Part 3. By an accident, Feng returned to 5 years ago, right on the first day of university registration. On this day 5 years ago, a stunningly beautiful girl confessed her feelings to him, but he, being naive, did not accept. Filled with regret, he is reborn 5 years later and knows he must seize this opportunity. Liuli, you can't escape this time. Chapter 67, Private Jet vs. Green Train. Just as they were about to enter, they heard a noise behind them and turned around. Seeing Feng and Liuli, Song Hualan said with surprise, "You two, where did you go?" "Nowhere special, just took Liuli for a walk around the area." "Oh Tilder, well, come inside then." They all entered the villa, and Aunt Wine had prepared lunch. After a quick clean-up, they headed to the dining room to eat. "Liuli, after lunch, rest a bit, and I'll take you both to the airport," Song Hualan said. "Millimeter, thank you, Auntie." Liuli nodded quietly in agreement, a faint smile on her lips, and then she fell silent. After lunch, they relaxed briefly in the living room before the family gathered at the villa entrance. "Mom, I'll take Jinghua and the kids to the airport." "You don't need to come along," said Feng's mother. "All right, drive safely," she replied. "Will do, Mom." With his grandmother watching them reluctantly, Feng and the others got into the car and headed toward the Imperial Capital International Airport. On their way, Song Hualan chatted quietly with Liuli. Upon arrival, Feng was surprised to see his mother's assistant and a group of people already waiting for them. "Sister Xiaoye, why are you here?" "Liuli, this is Sister Xiaoye, my mom's assistant," Feng explained to Liuli with a hint of surprise in his voice. "Nice to meet you, Sister Xiaoye." "Miss Liuli, hello." Smiling, Wang Xiaoye greeted Liuli and appeared slightly taken aback by her beauty. "Chairwoman, everything's prepared. The crew is ready for boarding at any time," Xiaoye informed them, gesturing to the people carrying large bags of items. "Good," Song Hualan said. "Liuli, I've asked Xiaoye to accompany you and Feng on the flight back. These are some basic supplements I bought for you. You can have some whenever you'd like." Looking at the bags of items, she added, "Auntie prepared all this for you to enjoy back home." "Auntie, there's so much. I won't be able to eat it all." "No worries, take what you can," she replied. "When you reach the city, remember to call Auntie and let me know you're safe. Time's ticking, you'd better board now." Not giving Liuli a chance to refuse, Xiaoye led the group toward the airport. "Miss Liuli, shall we go?" With everything already arranged, Liuli could only follow, walking beside Feng toward the airport. As the two of them entered, Song Hualan and Jinghua finally turned to leave for the estate. Inside the airport, Feng looked around curiously and asked, "Sister Xiaoye, shouldn't we get tickets? We haven't bought any yet." Hearing this, Wang Xiaoye chuckled and shook her head. "No need to buy tickets. We're flying back on the chairwoman's private jet." "What? A private jet? She's really spoiling us," he murmured, feeling a mix of emotions. The difference between how his mother treated him and his fiancée was stark. When he first went to the city for school, he hadn't been given anything special, just a ticket for a green train, spending over 10 hours in a hard seat from the capital to the city. But now, they were returning on a private jet. Har har. Xiaoye laughed. "Feng, wasn't he at a hard seat on a train the last time you went to school in the city?" "Oh." He grimaced. "How did you know?" Liuli, recalling how she first saw him with a black plastic bag in hand, nearly mistook him for a bottle collector. She chuckled. "Of course I know, the chairwoman told me." Xiaoye laughed again. With no retort, Feng could only accept his embarrassment. He remembered those long hours on the train with sore muscles. "Feng?" Liuli asked with a scholarly, composed look. "Why didn't you take a flight? Or even a high-speed train?" Helplessly, he explained, "I wanted to fly, but all the seats were booked a month in advance for the school term, and even high-speed rail tickets were sold out." He ended up with no other option than a green train, and even then, only hard seats were available. The journey involved 2 transfers and endless discomfort, making it feel like a pilgrimage. Hearing his tale, Liuli chuckled. "How unlucky can you be?" "Oh, Liuli, are you mocking me?" He had hoped for sympathy, but everyone seemed to be holding back laughter. Even some of his mother's employees were suppressing their amusement. With a sullen face, Jiu Feng endured the teasing until they reached his mother's private jet. The plane, emblazoned with the Kyushu Group's golden logo, was waiting. The crew greeted them, and flight attendants began organizing the luggage, while the chief steward guided them on board. About 20 minutes later, the plane was ready for takeoff. After getting a blanket for Liuli, Jiu Feng leaned back and closed his eyes. Before long, an announcement indicated they'd soon land at the city's airport. They disembarked, where a car was waiting to take them to Fuxing University. Arriving at the school gate, Jiu Feng expected to walk the rest of the way in. Instead, the gate guard lifted the barrier immediately. "Sister Xia? How are we able to drive into campus?" he asked, surprised. She replied with a smirk, "Of course, if you could donate a few research buildings, your car could enter too." It dawned on Jiu Feng that checkbook power was at play. They drove up to their women's dorm. The sight of their group with bags of supplies drew the attention of several students nearby. Chapter 68. What kind of family background is this? What's going on? No idea. Who's that? It seems like Senior Sue, the campus queen. As the convoy arrived in front of the girls' dormitory, passing students stopped to watch, whispering among themselves. Wang Xiaoya said, holding a box of supplements, "We'll help Liuli bring these things upstairs. You go and get some rest after that long flight." "All right. Liuli, go and rest for a while. I'll take you out for dinner tonight," Jiu Feng said before heading back to the boys' dormitory. "Miss Liuli, shall we go?" Wang Xiaoya asked. "Yes," Liuli replied softly. "Sister Xiaoya, please just call me Liuli." Wang Xiaoya smiled. "All right, Liuli. These are all gifts that the chairwoman personally picked for you. Remember to take them in moderation, as they are quite potent." As they walked through their dorm, the entourage carrying a variety of items, Wang Xiaoya continued giving reminders to Liuli. Upon reaching the dorm room door, they knocked gently. Wang Mani quickly jumped down from her bed, put on her slippers, and opened the door. "Liuli? You're back. I missed you so much." Mani exclaimed, delighted, reaching for a hug before pausing, noticing the group behind her. "Liuli?" Dong Juju and Liu Xiaoyu got up as well, staring at the entourage in surprise. "Hello, everyone. I'm Liuli's sister," Wang Xiaoya introduced herself warmly. "We came to bring her some things. Sorry for the intrusion." "Hello, sister." Mani quickly stepped aside, inviting them in. After the group placed down the items, the already small room felt even more crowded. Juju looked at the stack of items with curiosity, pulling Liuli aside. "Liuli, why do you have so many sisters?" "Liuli, we'll be off now," said Wang Xiaoya. "Rest well, and don't come down with us." As the door closed, Mani and her roommates glanced down at the array of items. Premium gelatin. Special grade bird's nest. Cordyceps. Centennial ginseng tea. Massage devices. Staring in amazement, Mani asked, swallowing, "Liuli, what kind of family does your sister come from? This must have cost a fortune." "Oh wait," Juju chimed in, "weren't you just visiting Jiu Feng's family? How did you end up with all this?" Before Liuli could answer, Xiaoyu suddenly said, "Wait, could that have been Jiu Feng's sister?" "No," Liuli corrected them gently, "these were gifts from Jiu Feng's mom. And the sister was actually his mom's assistant." "What? Jiu Feng's mother sent these?" They gasped, stunned. What kind of family spends so lavishly, and even sends people to personally deliver things to the dorm? Mani muttered. Juju smiled mischievously. "Liuli, does Jiu Feng have any brothers? Because I think I could be interested." Liuli's eyes sparkled as she answered, "I don't think so." "Heh, just kidding." Juju laughed. "Well, there's no way I can eat all this myself," Liuli offered. "Feel free to take some if you'd like." "Wow, really?" Mani's eyes lit up with excitement. While her friends admired the gifts, Liuli walked over to her closet, retrieving her pajamas. She slipped off her dress, her delicate shoulders and radiant skin on full display. "Wow, Liuli, you look even more amazing than before." Juju teased. "Looks like you've grown a bit." "Oh stop, our Liuli has always looked this stunning." Mani laughed, playfully mimicking a growth gesture. "Liuli, do any of these supplements help with, you know that?" Feigning innocence, Liuli asked, help with what? Manny looked frustrated, while Juju and Xiaoyu struggled to contain their laughter. Oh, Liuli. You're teasing me. I'm going to teach you a lesson. Manny shouted, lunging playfully at Liuli. Manny, I'm sorry. Liuli laughed, blushing. I really don't know. Maybe you should check the instructions. Chapter 69, Peak Competition Goes Live. Su Liuli's face turned red as she pleaded, and only then did Wang Manny stop. Wow, Liuli Tilda, you really feel great. Geez, Manny, you're the real flirt here. Dong Juju said with a teasing smile, feeling goosebumps from Manny's satisfied look. Alright, enough joking, Manny finally said. Liuli, you must be tired after that long flight. Rest on the bed while we help you put away these things. Okay, thank you. Su Liuli nodded, placing her clothes in the wardrobe before lying down. She remembered she hadn't called home to say she'd arrived safely, so she quickly dialed Song Hualan and chatted briefly before closing her eyes. Meanwhile, Jiu Feng stood outside his dorm, knocking on the door to no avail. No one's here. He guessed his roommates were either at the internet cafe gaming or out with girlfriends. Taking out his keys, he unlocked the door and walked inside. He pulled out his phone, recording a message from Annie about the finalized promotion plan for Peak Competition and the available villa. After a moment's thought, he dialed Annie. Hello? She answered. Annie, I'm heading to the office shortly. Please have Liu Qi get ready for a meeting in 30 minutes. Yes, Mr. Jiu. I'll arrange it immediately. Annie, in her office, rushed to the tech department where Liu Qi was coordinating game music setup. Supervisor Liu, Mr. Jiu will be here in 30 minutes for a meeting. Mr. Jiu. Now? Liu Qi had planned for a final test soon but nodded. Got it, I'll prep and head to the meeting room shortly. 20 minutes later, Jiu Feng arrived at the Yunding Tech building, where Annie, dressed professionally, was already waiting. Mr. Jiu Tilder. Is everything ready? Yes, Mr. Liu and the others are waiting for you in the conference room. Annie led Jiu Feng to the meeting room, and upon his entrance, Liu Qi and the team stood to greet him. Hello, Mr. Jiu Tilder. Please, sit down, Jiu Feng said, cutting to the chase. Liu Qi, what's the status of Peak Competition? When do you plan to launch? If final tests go smoothly, we're targeting tomorrow morning, Liu Qi responded confidently. Tomorrow morning? Jiu Feng hadn't expected it to be so soon. After a brief pause, he nodded. Good. As head of tech, you can decide the exact launch time. Turning to Annie, he asked, could you go over the promotion plan? Yes, Mr. Jiu, she began. We're planning to work with an ad agency for placements in trending TV shows, movies, and variety programs. We'll also allocate a budget for offline promotion. With a $30 million budget for promotion, Yunding Tech was making a significant investment. The plan included ads, celebrity endorsements, and campus tournaments starting locally and potentially expanding nationwide. This plan looks solid. Go ahead and implement it, Jiu Feng agreed without even needing to read through the details. Mr. Jiu, I have 2 additional suggestions. Besides the tech team, we'll need dedicated departments for planning and publicity. Should we establish a planning department and publicity department? Good idea. These can be set up, and for now, select qualified internal staff as temporary heads, or if no one is suitable, you can step in as interim. The company was expanding rapidly, and he had already considered adding departments to manage the growth. Lastly, Mr. Jiu, the company lacks senior leadership. Shall I reach out to a headhunting firm? Good thinking. Contact a headhunter, and I'll handle the interviews. Understood, I'll arrange that right away. Annie felt relieved. Without Jiu Feng's approval, she would be overwhelmed by the upcoming launch workload. With Peak Competition about to go live, if all goes well, I'll treat the entire team to a big meal next Saturday. Mr. Jiu, we won't let you down. You'd better be ready to host that dinner. Chapter 70. I want to eat hot and sour noodles. Okay, you pick the position, I'll just pay for it. Really? Mr. Jiu, you'd better be prepared to spend money. After chatting and laughing in the office and making sure that nothing was wrong with Jiu Feng, Liu Qi got up and took several key members of the technical department back. We will take advantage of the time tonight to make the final adjustments to Peak Competition. We must ensure that it can be launched normally tomorrow morning. Have you found the villa I asked you to help find last time? Watching everyone leave, Jiu Feng did not get up in a hurry, but turned his head to look around. Well, Mr. Jiu, I found a pretty good house. I've been there. It's not very big. It's in the villa area behind Fuxing University. Due to construction reasons, there are only 2 single-family villas in the villa area at the back, and the rest are townhouses and duplexes. The one I recommend to you is one of the stand-alone houses. Annie explained softly that in her opinion, the reason why Jiu Feng wanted to buy a villa was definitely because of its privacy and comfort. Although townhouses and duplexes are cheaper, they are not as good as single-family houses in other aspects. A single-family house is indeed better than a townhouse or duplex. How big is the area? How much is the total price? 460 square meters, 3 floors. I asked around and the lowest total price is over 60 million. When Anne mentioned the number of 60 million, she couldn't help but smile bitterly. This price is simply outrageous. 60 million yuan would mean complete financial freedom in first and second tier cities. It is hard to imagine that anyone would use that money to buy a house. Well, the price of 60 million is not unacceptable. Jiu Feng muttered to himself, in this place called Shanghai, in the most expensive residential area in the city center, a large flat is worth over 100 million yuan. Considering the supporting facilities in this location around Fuxing University, a villa, especially a detached villa, with a price of over 60 million is reasonable. Mr. Jiu, should I ask the agent to help you arrange an appointment with the landlord so that you two can talk in person? Let's make an appointment. It would be best if we could make an appointment for tomorrow afternoon, after 4 o'clock. There are classes in the morning and afternoon, and I only have time after 4 o'clock. Mr. Jiu, I'll ask the agent first and let you know when the time is confirmed. To make an appointment with the landlord, of course, it depends on the landlord's time. She needs to contact the agent first and ask the agent to confirm the time. Be here today and call me if you need anything. All the things that needed to be dealt with have been dealt with, and it is time for him to return to Fuxing University. He also has to have dinner with Su Liuli in the evening. No problem, Mr. Jiu, I'll take you there. Jiu Feng was about to leave, and Annie turned around to see him off. She waited until Jiu Feng took the elevator downstairs before returning to the company. Instead of going to the office, she went straight to the technical department. Liu Qi, tell everyone to work hard tonight and make sure the peak competition is online as normal tomorrow morning. We can't let Mr. Jiu down. Secretarian, don't worry. Our technical department is ready to work all night and will not leave the company tonight. Okay, I'll count it as overtime for you, and I'll treat you to dinner. After talking with Liu Qi, he called a group of people to a meeting in the conference room to set up the planning and publicity departments as soon as possible. HR, besides the basic recruitment tasks, you also need to contact the headhunting company. Tell them we are looking for an outstanding vice president who must have experience in gaming or technology. Salary is negotiable. Okay, Secretarian. By the way, let me add one more thing. If you have outstanding abilities, high salary is not a problem. Clear. Yunding Technology was running at high speed, and at this time Jiu Feng was already on his way back to Fuxing University. Sitting in the back seat of a taxi, he looked out the window with deep eyes. Tomorrow, the peak competition will be officially launched. Although he has experienced it once, for some reason, he still feels a little nervous. Will this peak competition become popular across the country in a short period of time, just like it was 5 years ago? Hey guys, we're at Fuxing University. While I was still deep in thought, I suddenly heard the taxi driver's voice. It turned out that we had arrived outside the gate of Fuxing University. Oh, here we are. Thank you, master. After reacting, he paid the fare and walked quickly into the school gate. It was 6:30 in the evening. There was no time to return to school, so I walked straight to the downstairs of the girls' dormitory. After going downstairs, he took out his cell phone and called Su Liuli. Beep beep beep. The first time I called, no one answered. No one answered. Didn't you hear? The phone indicated that no one was answering the call. Jiu Feng looked blank and continued to press the redial button. After more than 10 seconds of continuous beeps, the call was finally answered. Hello Tilda. A confused voice sounded, and Jiu Feng couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. Liuli, are you still not awake? Lying on the bed, with her slender and round legs resting on the quilt, Ji Feng's voice rang out from the other end of the phone. He groaned in confusion, then suddenly woke up. Ji Feng tilde. What time is it? She sat up anxiously, but before she could check the time, Ji Feng's voice rang out again on the phone. Don't look, it's almost 7 o'clock. Are you hungry? Pack up, I'll take you to get something to eat. 7 o'clock. Oh, wait a minute, I'll be right down. After hanging up the phone in a hurry, Liuli changed her clothes quickly. Their whole dormitory was pitch dark. Wang Mani and the other two were also lying on the bed and sleeping soundly. I simply changed my clothes and ran downstairs without even going to the balcony to clean up. A few minutes later, he came to Ji Feng with a red face and panting. Looking at Liuli in front of him with messy hair and slightly red face, Ji Feng couldn't help but raise his hand to help her tidy up the loose hair on her forehead. I've told you so many times, don't worry. If you jog all the way upstairs and fall accidentally, the consequences will be serious. The tone was not one of complaint, but of concern. I know. I'll be more careful next time. I'm hungry, can you take me to eat something first? In the last second, there was a sweet smile on her lips, and in the next second, she bit her red lips with her pearly teeth and touched her belly with grievance. Good. I'll take you to eat. What do you want to eat? Anything. I'm not picky about food. Snuggling up to Ji Feng, the two walked out while chatting. They soon arrived at the snack street outside and walked along the road with Liuli, eventually stopping in front of a hot and sour noodle shop. You don't want to eat hot and sour noodles? I feel like eating tilde. With an embarrassed look in her eyes, Liuli's eyebrows moved and she nodded slightly. She didn't really like hot and sour noodles before, but for some reason, she suddenly wanted to eat it tonight. Chapter 71 Photos on the wall. Hot and sour noodles are just hot and sour noodles. Let's go in. Since Liuli wanted to eat hot and sour noodles, he couldn't say no. He took the other person's hand and strode into the store. Please give us 2 bowls of hot and sour noodles. Okay, how spicy would you like it, mild or medium? Just a little spicy, you can use less chili. Okay. After ordering hot and sour noodles at the front, he took Liuli to sit down near the corner. Smelling the aroma of hot and sour noodles around her, Liuli was looking forward to it. She had never been very fond of hot and sour noodles before, and she didn't know what was wrong with her today. A few minutes later, the waiter came over with 2 bowls of hot and sour noodles. Here are the slightly spicy hot and sour noodles. Please enjoy. The waiter gently put down 2 servings of hot and sour noodles and left with the tray. Looking at the steaming hot and sour noodles in front of him, Liuli swallowed unconsciously. Eat quickly if you're hungry. Well, I'll eat it then. Pick up the chopsticks and take a bite carefully. Feeling that something was missing, Liuli decisively picked up the small vinegar pot next to her and poured 1/3 of the vinegar into the bowl in front of Ji Feng. Sitting on the chair and watching silently, Ji Feng grinned. In his opinion, this was not hot and sour noodles at all, it was clearly noodles soaked in vinegar. Liuli, doesn't it taste sour after pouring so much vinegar? He could already feel a distinct sour taste in his mouth. Liuli ate the hot and sour noodles in small bites, looked up at Ji Feng, and then shook her head silently. Not sour tilde. I feel just right tilde. It's slightly spicy and tasteless. Can I put some more chili in it? Adding vinegar alone is not enough. Liuli looked at the jar of chili in front of Ji Feng, wanting to scoop a spoonful of chili into her own bowl. Do you want more chili? Okay, put some more tilde. Without even having time to move his chopsticks, Ji Feng raised his hand and gently pushed the can of chili peppers in front of Liuli. He picked up the spoon from the chili jar and scooped out 2 full spoonfuls of chili under Ji Feng's gaze. Liuli tilde, have you ever heard a sentence? What? Liuli didn't even bother to look up while eating the hot and sour noodles. As the old saying goes, sour boys and spicy girls. You can eat spicy and sour food. Could the baby in your belly be a boy and a girl? Picking up the chopsticks, thinking of the twins in his mind, Ji Feng couldn't help but smile. I don't know either. Is there such a saying? It may not be accurate, or I may just be greedy. Eat quickly, or it won't taste good if it gets cold. She raised her slender hand to signal Ji Feng to eat quickly. Seeing Su Liuli eating with such relish, Ji Feng also started eating with big mouthfuls. The slightly spicy hot and sour noodles tasted just right to him. After dinner, he sent Su Liuli back and waited for Ji Feng to return to the boys' dormitory alone. The moment he opened the door of the dormitory, Jiang Yu jumped out from nowhere. Ji Feng. The sudden sound gave him a fright. Jiang Yu, people can scare people to death, do you want to scare me to death? Jiang Yu's heart was beating wildly. He stood there with a happy look on his face, while Ji Feng was speechless. I didn't mean to scare you. You were the one who was distracted. Ji Feng, do you know that a big thing happened during the 2 days you were home? Pulling him to the computer desk, Jiang Yu looked mysterious. Event? What's the big deal? Unable to find any clues from Jiang Yu, Ji Feng turned his gaze to Xiao Kai and Zhang Tianyu lying on the bed. The two looked at each other, smiled and got out of bed. For you, this is a huge matter. Do you want to listen? Pretending to whet the appetite, Xiao Kai and Zhang Tianyu came to Jiang Yu together. Forget it. Since you don't want to talk, I don't want to listen either. I'm going to wash up and get ready for bed. The three of them were obviously doing it on purpose. Even if he pressed them, they wouldn't tell him straight away. It would be better for them to just say they didn't want to hear it. Really? As soon as he said he didn't want to listen, Jiang Yu and the other two became anxious instantly. Fuck Ji Feng, you don't play by the rules. Shouldn't you ask us to tell you? Jiang Yu's eyes were filled with disbelief. Ji Feng's reaction was completely beyond his expectations. Even if I ask you, you may not tell me readily. Well, I'd better not ask any more questions. After saying that, he made a gesture to stand up. Their words were already on the tip of their tongue, and if they held them back, none of the three of them would be able to sleep well tonight. DDDD. You are awesome, I'll tell you what happened. Last time on the playground, didn't you confess your feelings to senior sister Su? I don't know who started it, but they put your photo on the confession wall and called you a love saint. As Jiang Yu was talking, Zhang Tianyu beside him couldn't help but interrupt and said, yes, yes, yes. I also heard that someone is planning to form a hand-holding love club and wants you to be the president. Less than a second after Zhang Tianyu finished speaking, Xiao Kai immediately took over the conversation. Not only that, I also heard that some boys' dormitories directly hang your photo on the wall, and every time before they confess their love, they have to burn incense for you first. The more he listened, the more outrageous it seemed. After hearing what Xiao Kai said, Ji Feng staggered and almost fell under the table. What? Light a stick of incense. You still need to burn incense for me before you confess your love. You are kidding. His eyes widened and he looked at Jiang Yu and the other two with suspicion. Xiao Kai had already expected that he would not believe it easily, so in front of Ji Feng, he took out his mobile phone and opened the confession wall. If you don't believe me, check it out for yourself. He handed the phone to Ji Feng and confessed that the background on the wall was really his own photo. This photo was taken when he registered for school, and now it has become the background picture of the confession wall. Take a look at the following content tilde. There is a column at the top of the confession wall with 4 big words written on it, Love Saint column. The first post I clicked on was, Dear lover, please bless me to succeed in my confession tomorrow night. On behalf of all the members of Dormitory 346, I would like to pay my highest respects to the Love Saint. The photo of myself below is hung on the wall, and there are even 2 apples placed in front of it. See, we didn't lie to you. But if you think about it carefully, it's no wonder everyone is so excited. Senior Su has been at Fuxing University for more than 3 years, and she has barely had any contact with any boys, let alone a boyfriend. How long have you been in school? You've managed to win over the beauty queen of Fudan University. With this ability, it's an understatement to call you a love saint. Jiang Yu smacked his lips and finished speaking seriously. At some point, he quietly took out a poster from behind him. Under the strange gazes of Ji Feng and the other two, he went behind the door and opened the poster completely. There was a person printed on it, and it was undoubtedly Ji Feng. Standing there in a daze, Ji Feng didn't know what to say for a moment. This kid Jiang Yu actually got a poster of himself from somewhere. Jiang Yu, where did you get the poster? So big. We already have a real person in our dormitory, so there's no need for you to put up a poster, right? Xiao Kai and Zhang Tianyu were puzzled. Jiangyu turned around and said formally, "This is faith. It has nothing to do with whether he is real or not. I can't keep Ji Yufeng hanging behind the door forever. As for this poster, you can go to the school printing shop and take a look. There are samples posted outside. I don't know how many copies they have made in just the past 2 days." Chapter 72, Really High Ideological Awareness. Dear Love Saint, please bless me and help me get rid of being single as soon as possible. I bought you some oranges, I'll give them to you. He got back on the bed, found 2 oranges, put them on a plate, and then put it behind the door. Ji Yufeng stood there stupidly, with 1,000 horses galloping in his heart. He was completely speechless. Forget it. With your current condition, even if I ask for help from Liuli, it will be hard for me to find you a girlfriend. He muttered something, not wanting to say anything more, and stood up and walked to the balcony to wash up. After washing up, I went to the bed, lay down quietly, closed my eyes and fell asleep after a few minutes. The next morning, Monday. The morning was full of classes, so the 4 of them got up early and went to the cafeteria to have breakfast. After breakfast, they went to the classroom together for class. Because I was a freshman, the school rules and regulations were quite strict. Early in the morning, the counselor was already waiting at the door. "Hello, instructor." "Hello, instructor Tilda." "Hello, students." When he saw Jiangyu and the others, Liu Bo responded with a cheerful smile. When he saw Ji Yufeng, his smiling expression paused slightly and he reached out to hold Ji Yufeng's arm. "Student Ji Yufeng, wait a moment." Ji Yufeng was suddenly pulled back and stopped in his tracks. Jiangyu, Xiao Kai and the other 2 in front of him turned around, and after seeing that the instructor had stopped Ji Yufeng, they paused for a moment and continued walking towards the back of the classroom. "Instructor, do you have something to talk to me about?" He looked at Liu Bo in confusion. Cough cough cough. "Something's going on." "Well, Director Gao came to me and asked me to ask you if you are interested in being the president of the club." Liu Bo's smile was very forced, with a slight embarrassment on his chubby face. "President?" Hearing the word president, Ji Yufeng raised his eyebrows and asked, "Isn't he the president of the Hand in Hand Love Club? It seems you have heard some news." Student Ji Yufeng, you may not know this. In the more than 100 years since Fuxing University was founded, there has never been a precedent for a freshman to serve as the president of a club. You have to agree that this is going to be a historic moment for the school. The more he talked, the more outrageous it became. Ji Yufeng was overwhelmed and quickly waved his hand to refuse. "Coach, please forgive me. The president is either multi-talented or has strong management and organizational skills. I'm just a rough guy who doesn't know anything. This is like forcing Zhang Fei to embroider." He was unwilling in his heart. Not to mention being the president of a love club, he was not interested even in being the president of the student union. Unexpectedly, Ji Yufeng refused so straightforwardly. Liu Bo hesitated for 2 seconds and asked carefully again, "Since you don't want to be the president, can you be the vice president?" "Don't worry, you don't have to do anything, just an empty title. The vice president's academic credits are very high tilde." He smiled foolishly and winked at Ji Yufeng. The instructor was so insistent that he felt embarrassed to refuse. "Oh, well, the vice president is the vice president. But, instructor, you have to promise that I am just a figurehead and don't come to me for anything." "No problem. It's settled, let's go to class." After completing the task, Liu Bo did not stay at the classroom door. He waved his hand to let Ji Yufeng go to class, and then he quickly walked towards the director's office. Director Gao is mainly responsible for the school club work. The school has a strong desire to form a club, so he wanted to ask Liu Bo. Now that Ji Yufeng has agreed to be their vice president, if nothing unexpected happens, this club will be 99% established. Enter the classroom and walk straight to the corner of the last row. "Ji Yufeng, what did the instructor tell you?" Xiao Kai couldn't wait to ask in a low voice before he even sat down. "What kind of club should we form?" "Let me be the president." Forming a club. Jiangyu's eyes lit up when he heard this. "I told you, the school is going to form a club. Ji Yufeng, I have decided to join the Hand in Hand Love Club." "Me too. Me too." Zhang Tianyu and Xiao Kai raised their hands one after another. "Ji Yufeng, we actually want to join too." "Yes, we all want to join tilde." The three people's voices were so loud that even dozens of people in the class could hear them clearly. After hearing that the club was about to be established, everyone rushed to express their desire to join. Fortunately, the teacher arrived in time, otherwise I don't know how it would end. Halfway through their first class, Annie sent a text message that peak competition was officially launched successfully. After the first class was over, Feng walked out of the classroom with his cell phone, intending to call Annie to ask about the company's situation. Before he could dial the number, the counselor suddenly appeared from nowhere. "Instructor, do you have anything else to say?" Holding the phone, with one finger on the dial button, Feng asked curiously. Student Feng, "Well, I went to Director Gao to find out, and the name of the club, Hand in Hand Love Club, is not a good one. Director Gao suggested changing it to the Psychology Club. You should have no objection, right?" "No objection." He nodded immediately. Not to mention the Psychology Club, he had no objection even if it was the Irrationality Club. "Okay, I'll arrange it right away." After talking to Feng, Liu Bo finally breathed a sigh of relief. As he turned around, he muttered, "The director is the director. It's a good name change. His ideological awareness is really high." Feng waited until Liu Bo left before calling Annie. After hearing that everything was normal at the company and that the peak competitive data was steadily increasing, he couldn't help but feel relieved. Back to the classroom, the second class officially began. The teacher of the second class was from the graduate school. His teaching style was quite interesting and everyone listened with great interest. Before I knew it, it was noon. Liuli has a mock defense this afternoon and has no time to eat together at noon, so he can only eat with Jiangyu and Xiaokai. As for Zhang Tianyu, he naturally went to accompany his girlfriend. After lunch, I went back to the dormitory to rest for more than an hour and continued my classes in the afternoon. He finished his class and it was already 3 o'clock, but Liuli hadn't sent him a text message yet, which meant that he was probably still queuing up for the mock defense. We agreed to meet the owner of the house at 4 o'clock this afternoon and then go to see the house together. There is less than an hour left until 4 o'clock, so there is plenty of time. Ding-a-ling tilde. 20 minutes later, Annie called and informed him that the real estate agent and the owner were waiting outside the villa, and sent the location of the villa to Feng's mobile phone. Chapter 73, 5,000 members. The location is very close to Fuxing University. According to the navigation route, it is only about 10 minutes walk. 10 minutes later, he arrived outside the villa. There are uniform townhouses around, but this one is the only independent one, which is quite obvious. When I got closer, I saw a man and a woman standing there. The man was in a suit, so he should be the agent. The woman was about 40 years old, and she was accompanied by a little girl of about 5 or 6 years old, who had 2 ponytails and was very cute. "Hello, are you selling a house? You are Mr. Gu." They looked at Feng in surprise and were shocked. "Yes, I came to see the house. If it's convenient, please take me to see it as soon as possible." He raised his hand and pointed at the villa next to him. The house number marked on it was exactly the same as the one Annie sent him. "Okay, no problem. I didn't expect Mr. Gu to be so young. I didn't even dare to recognize you." The agent smiled and turned around to push open the door of the villa. Feng is only about 20 years old. Who would have thought that the boss who wants to buy a villa worth tens of millions is actually a young man in his 20s? "This is Ms. Yu, this is her house. I'll show you around. Ms. Yu, do you want to come with us, or go to the living room to rest first?" "I'll take the girl to the living room, you guys just watch." Maybe she was not in a good mood. After saying a few words, the woman took the girl beside her and walked straight to the living room of the villa. After waiting for the two to leave, the agent began to formally take Feng to visit the villa. After a complete look around the outside, he found that the small courtyard in front was quite large and had 2 independent parking spaces. Entering the villa from behind, there are crystal chandeliers, leather sofas, wooden furniture, and the decoration is also very luxurious. "Mr. Gu, there are 3 floors here in total. There are 3 bedrooms on the first and second floors, and there is a bedroom, a video room, and a chess and card room on the 3rd floor. If you are interested, you can sing songs and play games at home on weekdays." The agent introduced it in detail and Feng looked around. To be honest, he was quite satisfied. It can be seen that this decoration must have been carefully designed by the owner. If you like it, we can talk about the price later. Good. There is nothing wrong with the house, the only thing left to do is to discuss the price. The two went downstairs to the living room and saw Gu Feng and the agent coming down. Yu Ilan took her daughter's hand and stood up. What's this sister's name? Sister. Yu Ilan was stunned when she heard this, then smiled and shook her head. At my age, it's more appropriate for Mr. Gu to call me aunt. She is almost 40 years old, and Gu Feng is around 20 years old, a full 20 years difference between them. My name is Yu Ilan, and this is my daughter, Tong Tong Tilder. Is Mr. Gu satisfied with the house? After a brief self-introduction, Yu Ilan went straight to the point and asked about the house. Not bad, Tilder. Can I ask you one more question? It's such a nice decoration. I can see that you must have designed it very carefully. Why do you want to sell it? The company is not doing well and needs some funds. In response to Gu Feng's question, Yu Ilan answered straightforwardly. How much do you plan to sell this house for? 69 million. 69 million. With such a large amount of money, he definitely had no choice but to bargain, but before he could even open his mouth, the agent next to him took over the conversation. Ms. Yu, you may not know that housing prices have been gradually falling recently. Your house is in a good location and it is a single-family house, but the price of 69 million is still a little high. After the agent finished speaking, Yu Ilan hesitated for a moment. 66 million, this is my final bottom price. When I bought this house, it cost nearly 7 million, and the renovations cost a total of more than 3 million. Mr. Gu should have checked the surrounding housing prices. The price of 66 million is definitely the lowest. If I didn't need the money urgently, I wouldn't have offered this price. Yu Ilan spoke seriously, and the agent next to her looked at Gu Feng, obviously seeking the buyer's opinion. To be honest, the price of 66 million is indeed very low. He also didn't expect that Yu Ilan would be so straightforward and directly reduce the price by 3 million, leaving him at a loss as to how to bargain for a moment. 65 million, if possible, let's sign the contract now. After these words were spoken, Yu Ilan frowned and remained silent for more than 10 seconds. After struggling for a long time, he finally nodded and said, "Sign the contract." There is no way. The house has been on the market for several months. There are people who come to see it, but not many of them are really willing to buy it. Gu Feng could offer her a price of 65 million. If she didn't seize this opportunity, she didn't know how long she would have to wait to find a suitable buyer. Good. In that case, please come to the company and we will formally sign the sales contract. The agent was extremely excited to sell a villa worth 6,550 yuan so easily. For a house worth 65 million, if the minimum agency fee is 1%, that would be 650,000. The commission for this order would be close to 300,000. Follow the agent out, sign the sales contract at the agency, and deposit the purchase money into an escrow account. After all the operations, it was already 6 o'clock in the afternoon. It's too late today. We'll go through the transfer formalities tomorrow morning. You too, if you don't have any other questions, you can go ahead and do your work. I'll call you tomorrow morning. Good. After agreeing, Gu Feng turned and walked out of the agency. When I returned to school, I received a call from Liuli. We had dinner together in the evening, and the house transfer was completed the next morning, and we received the keys to the villa. His course schedule was quite tight and Liuli was preparing for her formal thesis defense, so they had not had time to tell the other party about the house. In the blink of an eye, it was Friday. The last class had just ended, and before Gu Feng could leave the classroom, the instructor suddenly came in. "Student Gu Feng, come to my office." Liu Bo waved his hands vigorously at Gu Feng with an intriguing smile on his face. "A tilde. Gu Feng, the instructor is calling you again. It must be about the society, do you believe it?" Looking at the instructor waving his hands vigorously, Jiangyu stood beside Gu Feng and guessed happily. This Tuesday, the psychology club was officially established. He, Xiao Kai, and Zhang Tianyu went to sign up. You wouldn't have known until you signed up that there was a long queue outside the registration classroom. In the end, there was no choice but to change the registration location to the playground. Even so, there were still crowds of people. Compared to other clubs that promote and recruit new members, the psychology club doesn't need any promotion at all, as everyone is scrambling to get in. Letter. You guys go eat first, I'll go take a look. Handing the textbook to Jiangyu, Jiu Feng strode out of the classroom. When I arrived at the counselor's office, he was sitting in a chair happily drinking tea. Jiu Feng, come here, sit over here. He raised his hand and pointed at the chair in front of him, motioning Jiu Feng to sit down quickly. Today is the 4th day since the psychology club was founded. Do you know how many people are there in the club? How many people? That number. He stretched out 5 fingers in front of him. Seeing this, Jiu Feng was slightly stunned and asked, 500 people? Even if it's the student union, there can't be 500 people. No, 5,000 people. Including students from the graduate school, the psychology club has more than 5,000 members. What? 5,000 people. I couldn't believe my ears. How many students were there in Fuxing University? There were actually 5,000 people who joined the psychology club. Jiu Feng was shocked, and so was Liu Bo, the counselor. There are still 10 minutes left. Get ready and accompany me to the administrative building for the meeting. Going to the administration building for a meeting. What meeting? Jiu Feng was completely confused and had no idea what the instructor was up to. Principal Lin is going to hold a meeting and he called on you to come over. I can't help it. It's about time, let's go. Picking up the thermos cup in front of him, the instructor stood up and walked towards the office door. Seeing that Jiu Feng did not follow him, he went back and pulled his arm. Don't worry, she just wants to give some management advice on the club, you can just sit in. Chapter 74 I am well known. Liu Bo left in a hurry without giving him a chance to ask questions. They quickly walked to the administrative building. The conference room was on the far left of the first floor. When Liu Bo and Jiu Feng arrived, the conference room was already full of school leaders of all sizes. So many people. His pupils trembled. In his previous life, he had never seen so many people in his entire 4 years at Fuxing University. Teacher Liu, student Jiu Feng, come and sit over here. Director Gao, with a big belly, saw Liu Bo and Jiu Feng coming in and hurriedly arranged seats for them. Counselor, with so many school leaders, I'm a little nervous tilde. Sitting down quietly, Jiu Feng glanced at Liu Bo beside him. Sure tilde. I'm nervous too, let me calm down first tilde. A pair of hands rubbed back and forth on his knees, and beads of sweat appeared on Liu Bo's forehead. Seeing this, Jiu Feng was stunned. He was nervous, but he didn't expect that the instructor was even more nervous than him. 2 minutes later, Principal Lin and his assistant entered the meeting room. Upon seeing this, everyone quickly perked up. Sorry to have kept you waiting for so long. Lin Gui Feng came to the chair and sat down, looked around, and finally her eyes fell on Jiu Feng. This must be classmate Jiu Feng, I have heard of him for a long time tilde. With a smile on his face, the principal said, I've heard a lot about you, and then he told Jiu Feng that he couldn't do anything about it. He stood up awkwardly and tried to force a smile. Principal Lin's name is also well known to me. Puff. In one sentence, the leaders on the scene were stunned. Liu Bo's eyes turned white, and he almost died on the spot. Har tilde. I didn't expect that classmate Jiu is so humorous. Please sit down quickly. He smiled happily and raised his hand to signal Jiu Feng to sit down quickly. Director Gao, please report to us the basic situation of each club in the school tilde. The meeting officially began. Jiu Feng and Liu Bo, as observers, listened very carefully. Their whole meeting did not last long. After half an hour, all the issues that needed to be discussed had basically been discussed. Student Jiu Feng, the psychology club now has more than 5,000 members. Our school, including the graduate school, has less than 20,000 students in total. You put a lot of pressure on me as the principal. Har tilde. A student club with more than 5,000 members, while the total number of teachers and students in the school is only 20,000. This is too exaggerated. But then again, it's rare for students to be so enthusiastic. Director Gao, I heard that the position of president of the psychology club is still vacant, so you will be the president. Remember to organize more activities. Okay, principal. The principal gave the order, so how could a small director like him dare not disobey? Just like that, after 5 minutes of simple chatting, the meeting finally ended. Call. It's finally done. After the meeting, Liu Bo breathed a sigh of relief. Coach, I have something else to do. Please go and have lunch. Leave first. After walking out of the administrative building, Jiu Feng waved to Liu Bo and hurriedly trotted away. Su Liuli was still waiting for him at the school gate, but she didn't have time to waste here. Forehead. This child is in a hurry tilde. Watching Jiu Feng leave, Liu Bo muttered softly, then walked straight to the school cafeteria with his thermos cup. At the school gate, Su Liuli was wearing a white gauze skirt, with spring eyes, and she looked up from time to time into the distance. About 3 or 2 minutes later, a familiar figure came running towards me in a hurry. Seeing Jiu Feng, Su Liuli put on a sweet smile, took lotus steps and walked towards him. You're late, tilde. Her eyes were full of spring water and her face was as white as cream. She looked at Jiu Feng with a smile. Sorry, Liuli, I just had a meeting. Meeting? What meeting? A pair of big eyes, black and shiny, reveal infinite curiosity. This it's hard to explain in a short time. I'll take you somewhere first, let's go, tilde. He pulled Su Liuli's wrist and walked towards the villa. Today is Friday, and I finally have time to take him to see the house. How was your thesis defense? Did you pass it? Yer tilde passed. Her pretty face revealed her happiness. She herself didn't expect to pass the thesis defense in one try. It's over. I'll take you to a nice place. After Jiu Feng finished speaking, he arrived outside the villa in a short while. Looking at the villa in front of him, Su Liuli was full of confusion. What is this place? Your home. My home. Under the other party's surprised gaze, Jiu Feng took out the door card and stuck it on the door sensor, and then the door slowly opened. Go in and take a look. After entering the villa and coming to the living room, Su Liuli gradually came back to her senses. It's inconvenient for you to stay in the dormitory while you're pregnant. You can live here from now on, and I'll take care of you. Jiu Feng, isn't this house too big? I'm not used to it, tilde. She had no objection to moving out, but this house was too luxurious and not affordable for ordinary people. There was no need to live in such a nice house just to take care of the pregnancy. Hiku is not only my idea, but also your future mother-in-law's idea. Why don't you call and ask? Looking at Su Liuli happily, he was sure that the other party didn't dare to call. Sure enough, after hearing this, Su Liuli immediately shook her head. I dare not, tilde. Har 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 har. Just live in peace. What do you want to eat for lunch? I'll cook for you. You can also cook. He looked at Jiu Feng in disbelief, obviously not quite believing it in his heart. I want scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Good. Wait, it seems like I haven't bought any groceries yet. I have to go out and buy some first. Let Su Liuli wait obediently in the living room. Jiu Feng went out to buy the raw materials. After working for more than an hour, he finally prepared lunch. The two had lunch together, and in the afternoon Su Liuli returned to the dormitory to pack her things. Taking advantage of the time, Jiu Feng took a taxi to Yunding Technology. Peak competition had been online for several days and the promotion had gradually begun. During this period, Annie has been sending him text messages to report data. Out of concern, he should also take the initiative to visit the company in person. Chapter 75 University Autumn Recruitment. I took a car to Yunding Technology and stepped out of the elevator. Annie and Liu Qi came to me first. Boss Jiu, you're here. Boss Jiu, the peak competition data has been sorted out. I will report to you later. After Annie finished speaking, Liu Qi, who was standing next to her, was holding a stack of data files in his hands, looking excited. The data of peak competition has grown rapidly after its launch, which is completely beyond everyone's expectations. Almost 100% of people who have tried to play it have given it positive reviews. Such data has already appeared before the official promotion has even started. Once the promotion officially starts, the data will definitely explode. Don't worry, go to the technical department first. You two come with me. Okay, Mr. Jiu. Annie agreed and quickly made way. Accompanied by the two of them, Jiu Feng came to the company's technical department. Compared with other departments, the technical department undoubtedly has the most members and the largest office area. When the people who were busy working in front of the computers saw Jiu Feng come in, they all became very alert. Liu Qi, how many people are there in the technical department now? 42 people in total, 32 of them are in the peak competitive events, and 2 are in charge of the computer room. The other 10 people are responsible for the maintenance of several small games. In addition to the previous employees of Yunding Technology and the members of the Shanghai University's Peak Competitive Project Team, the Human Resources Department recruited some more employees during this period. In a company with more than 100 people, the technical department accounts for half of the staff. Well, let's go to the meeting room. After looking around, he saw that everyone was busy and he didn't want to disturb them too much. When they arrived at the meeting room, because there was no prior notice, Feng and 2 other people were the only ones in the room. "Mr. Gu, do you want to notify everyone for a meeting?" Annie asked softly, standing beside him. "No, it's nothing serious. The 3 of us just need to have a quick chat." "Liu, don't you have data to report? Tell us now." "Yes. This is the download and access data of Peak Competition. After being online for a few days, the download volume of Peak Competition has exceeded 100,000, and the average daily active data is around 20,000. I talked to Secretary An. The big promotion hasn't started yet. If it does, the data will definitely surge in a short period of time." The document was handed to Feng. Listening to Liu Qi's words, Feng picked up the document in front of him. In just a few days, the number of downloads exceeded 100,000. He muttered to himself, his expression slightly surprised. He never expected that his current peak competitive data would be better than that of 5 years ago. 5 years ago, within a week of Peak Competition's launch, before preparations for promotion began, the number of downloads in that week was barely 30,000. The average daily active number is only a few thousand. I didn't expect the data to be so good this time. Mr. Gu was lost in thought while holding the data. Annie hesitated for a moment and couldn't help but explain, "Mr. Gu, the reason why the data is so good, I think it should be related to Magic City University. In order to publicize the teaching results, the School of Computer Science at Shanghai University publicly promoted it during the 2 days when the Peak Competition was launched. It affects not only the students of Magic City University, but also a number of surrounding schools." Magic City University. I see. Liu, do you think this wave of publicity for the School of Computer Science is due to Professor Wu? After closing the data sheet, Feng looked at Liu with a smile. Hearing this, the other party grinned and smiled without saying anything. As a student of Professor Wu, the school's free publicity must be his credit. However, due to his status, he did not dare to tell Feng directly. The data is good. After large-scale promotion, it should achieve very high results. How is the promotion arranged during this period? When can it start at the earliest? Ad placement has been completed and full promotion will begin within a week at the latest. Good. Boss Gu, there is one more thing. Midsummer has just passed and we are about to enter autumn. The universities in the Magic City are preparing for the autumn recruitment. Should we participate? The annual autumn recruitment is almost the busiest time for all universities in Shanghai. Many companies recruit fresh graduates from schools. Some senior students will even prepare for the autumn recruitment 1 to 2 months in advance. Trick. Autumn recruitment is a rare opportunity to recruit talents. I'm planning to expand some projects next. I'll tell my friends that I want 100 students from the computer software development department when I recruit them. In addition, we will recruit another 100 people to fill various departments. In the next period of time, Peak Sports profits will be sufficient to support the expansion of other projects. 200 people. Annie opened her mouth wide, and Liu was also shocked. He swallowed hard and said dryly, "Boss Gu, aren't 200 people too many? The technical department still has enough staff, so we shouldn't need more than 100 people. Just because you don't need it now doesn't mean you won't need it in the future. These 100 people need to adapt to the new situation. Otherwise, it will be too late to recruit temporary staff when subsequent projects start. Only during the autumn recruitment period can we recruit people so quickly. At other times, the Human Resources Department cannot be so efficient." Any news from the headhunting company? Several days have passed, and there is still no news about the management talent that I asked the headhunting company to help me find. I contacted the people there this morning, and they said they were in contact. We will have people come to the company for interviews within 3 days at the latest. There should be 3 to 5 people. The requirements are stringent and require experienced management talent, which makes it quite difficult to find. After hearing Annie's words, Jiu Feng nodded imperceptibly, took out his cell phone to check the time. Liuli should have finished packing her things soon. Oh, and there's also the dinner. The time is set for this Saturday at 6 p.m. Annie, you can arrange the hotel. It should be a high-end place. I stood up and almost forgot about it. I promised everyone before that I would treat everyone to a meal when the peak competition is online. As a boss, I absolutely cannot go back on my word. Okay, Mr. Jiu, I'll tell them when I get back. Thank you, boss. Annie stood by and nodded, which made Liu very happy. Not only did he stand up and clasp his fists towards Jiu Feng, he also bowed to him happily. After arranging the company's affairs, Jiu Feng hurried back to school, took out his mobile phone and called Liuli. The other party said that he was still packing and it would take about half an hour. I went downstairs and waited. 20 minutes later, two figures walked out of the girls' dormitory. Liuli was pulling a suitcase, and Dong Juju was carrying a bunch of bags. A tilde. Hello, classmate Jiu Feng. Seeing Jiu Feng, Liuli happily came to him with her suitcase, and Dong Juju greeted him happily. Hello, senior sister Tilda. Out of politeness, I have to address Dong Juju. Liuli, I feel relieved that Jiu Feng will take you to where you live. Go slowly on your way. If your roommates bully you, come back and tell me, and I'll bring Manny and Xiaoyu to help you. Putting the things aside, Dong Juju raised her fist and made a very fierce expression. Chapter 76. I'm so wronged. Roommate. Bullying? Standing there silently, Jiu Feng was full of confusion. Liuli's roommate, isn't he that me? So, the person Dong Juju was waving his fists to threaten was actually himself. Jia, everyone is very nice and won't bully anyone. Let Jiu Feng take me back, and you can go back quickly. Liuli's pretty face was full of embarrassment. She let go of the suitcase in her hand and pushed Dong Juju's back, asking her to go back quickly. Okay, I'll go back. Remember to call us when you get there, by tilde. Raising her hands and waving them vigorously, Dong Juju slowly walked back to the girls' dormitory. Watching Dong Juju enter the dormitory building, Liuli turned around playfully and looked at Jiu Feng with a smile on her lips. Let's go tilde. Okay, I'll get these things. He let Liuli pull the suitcase, and he carried all the remaining things by himself. He didn't expect that these things were so heavy. Liuli? Jiu Feng asked with a playful tone. What's wrong? She walked in front, pulling the suitcase, and gradually slowed down her steps. He narrowed his eyes slightly and stared at Liuli's big, watery eyes with a smile. I want to ask, who is your roommate? Puff tilde. Liuli was stunned by this sentence, and then she couldn't help but chuckle with her hands covering her mouth. She was so happy and smiled so charmingly. After a long while, she looked at Jiu Feng with her beautiful eyes full of spring light and explained softly, of course it's you. I went back to pack my things. Juju and the others asked me where I was going. I said that the kindergarten I was working at part-time required me to live on campus. Her long eyelashes blinked gently. She had no choice but to lie. If Dong Juju and the others knew that she was going to move out and live with Jiu Feng, who knows how they would gossip. In the end, maybe everyone can guess that she is pregnant. Listening to Liuli's explanation, Jiu Feng smiled and shook his head. Why did Dong Juju say that? It turned out that Liuli was not telling the truth. The location of the villa was very close to Fuxing University. The two chatted as they walked, and soon they arrived at the living room of the villa. We live on the first floor. Just sit here and I'll go clean up the room. Tilde. I'll go cut you some fruit. Since they were free anyway, Jiu Feng went to clean the room and she went to the kitchen to cut some fruit. I carried my things into the room, made the bed, and opened one of the bags on the floor. Inside were some skin care products and toiletries. After putting all these things in place, he opened the suitcase. The clothes inside were hung in the closet one by one, until only 2 square boxes were left. What's in here? Not knowing what was going on, I opened one of the boxes and was greeted by a light and refreshing fragrance. Staring at the things inside, Jiu Feng couldn't help but widen his eyes. There are 3 or 5 types of underwear inside, and the 2 round hemispheres are very petite and cute. Oh, white, black, and blue. Don't look at what is indecent, don't look at what is indecent. Muttering to himself, he took out several pieces of underwear and put them one by one in the closet. In this box, could it be Nene? I opened the box and as expected, there were a few clean underwear inside. The colors were mainly black and white, with small lace edges, giving people a youthful and lovely feeling. After a pause, she took out her underwear and was about to get up to put her clothes in the closet. Achoo Tilder. He turned his head and suddenly sneezed. Holding her panties in both hands, she subconsciously rubbed her uncomfortable nose with the back of her hands. As luck would have it, at this moment, the sound of the door being pushed open was heard, and Su Liuli came in wearing slippers. When Su Liuli saw Ji Feng standing there, holding her black panties in both hands and sniffing them wildly, her mind went blank. The air froze, time stood still, the two of them stared at each other, standing there in a daze for 2 or 3 seconds. What are you doing? A blush gradually spread across her cheeks, and Su Liuli stood there blankly with her mouth slightly open. It's not Liuli, please listen to my explanation Tilder. I want to put the clothes in the closet Tilder. Just put these clothes in the box. I'll clean them up. Her face flushed red, and she hurriedly took the underwear from Ji Feng's hand and quickly put it in the box and covered it. Holding the box in her arms, Su Liuli looked at the wardrobe hesitantly, and finally stood on tiptoe and placed the box on the top of the wardrobe. Ji Feng Tilder. Those clothes are not clean even though they have been washed. Can you please next time? You'll get mouth ulcers. Mouth ulcer. What mouth ulcer? Ji Feng was completely stunned. Liuli, did you misunderstand me? Su Liuli was so embarrassed, and from what the other party said, it seemed like there was a misunderstanding. I took the clothes because I really wanted to put them in the closet, I didn't have any other intentions. In front of Su Liuli, Ji Feng tried hard to explain, but looking at the other party's clear and serious eyes, it was obvious that he didn't believe it at all. I'm going to go make you dinner. That box, don't move it. Before leaving, he did not forget to give Ji Feng some instructions. He was petrified on the spot. He was misunderstood like this and felt like he was going to be wrongly killed. Liuli, I really don't mean that. I'm not a gentleman, but I'm not a pervert either. I am so wronged. Collapsing on the bed, Ji Feng's face was full of regret. If he had known this would happen, he would never have opened the box even if he was beaten to death. The glorious image in Su Liuli's mind disappeared in an instant. But on second thought, it's no wonder that people misunderstood. After seeing the situation just now, anyone would think he was a pervert. After staying in the room for a while, he got up and went to the living room, but did not see Su Liuli. I continued walking to the kitchen, and sure enough, Su Liuli, wearing an apron, was cooking at the stove. Ahem. Liuli, what are we going to eat tonight? Standing at the kitchen door, Ji Feng smiled awkwardly. Tomato and egg noodles, just wait a moment, it will be ready soon. Good. We sat down in the restaurant, and after a while, Su Liuli came out of the kitchen carrying 2 bowls of noodles. Liuli, I still want to explain to you, it's really not what you saw just now. I was just trying to put my clothes in the closet, but I sneezed and rubbed my nose with the back of my hand. Just at this moment you pushed the door open Tilder. You have to believe me, I'm really not a pervert, he gesticulated with a sincere tone and a serious expression. Facing Ji Feng's explanation, Su Liuli blinked her beautiful eyes, smiled and nodded, well, let's eat quickly. These few simple words express only one meaning, which is that they do not believe it at all. Chapter 77, Bedtime Ghost Story. Su Liuli buried her head, eating the tomato and egg noodles in small bites, her beautiful face flushed as fire. Although there was nothing special on the surface, the image of Ji Feng holding her underwear close to his mouth kept appearing in my mind. Sitting at the dining table, his gaze shifted from Su Liuli to the tomato and egg noodles. At this moment, he suddenly realized that he did not have much appetite. You can't wash yourself clean even if you jump into the Yellow River. He muttered to himself that if he forced an explanation, it would only make Su Liuli more convinced that he was a pervert. The only thing I can do now is to eat quietly. It took less than 10 minutes for Su Liuli to finish a bowl of noodles, while Ji Feng still had more than half of his bowl left. Looking at the noodles in Ji Feng's bowl, Su Liuli's shy eyes trembled slightly. Are the noodles not delicious? Whatever you want to eat, I'll make it for you again. Ji Feng didn't eat much and thought the other party didn't like the noodles he made. As he spoke, he stood up with the bowl of rice and pretended to go to the kitchen to cook again. No need to do it again. The noodles are delicious, but I'm not very hungry. Holding chopsticks in his hand, Ji Feng smiled awkwardly. Given his current mood, there was no way he could eat. Then have some fruit. I just cut those fruits. They are very fresh. He raised his hand and pointed to the coffee table in the living room, on which was a plate full of fruit. Okay, go sit in the living room first, I'll clean up. After agreeing, Ji Feng decisively stood up and took the porcelain bowl from Liuli, picked up his own bowl on the dining table, and walked towards the kitchen without looking back. After washing the two bowls, Liuli had already sat down in the living room, her slender white legs gently resting on the sofa, and she was watching TV with the remote control in her hand. Seeing Ji Feng coming over, he picked up the toothpick next to him and picked up a piece of fruit. This apple is so sweet. Try it, Tilda. She sat up straight, and the moment Ji Feng sat down, her delicate body pressed against him. She was so focused on feeding Ji Feng fruit that she didn't notice that her entire body was already lying in his arms. A fragrant breeze blew over him, and he looked at Liuli's delicate and beautiful face, her long black eyelashes tightly covering her pair of autumn eyes, and her soft, round and slender shoulders leaning on his arm. My heart was pounding so hard that I forgot to open my mouth for a moment. Open your mouth and eat the apple. Ji Feng didn't open his mouth, and Liuli unconsciously pursed her lips with affectionate eyes. Oh, Tilda. Good. After reacting, Ji Feng quickly opened his mouth and swallowed the apple on the toothpick. Delicious, this apple is so sweet. He chewed the apple and nodded, praising its sweetness. After feeding Ji Feng a piece of apple, Liuli picked up a toothpick, picked up a piece of apple and put it in her own mouth. Maybe he felt that the fruit plate was too far away from him, and the next second, he raised his hand and held the entire plate in his arms. While watching TV seriously, he ate fruit in small bites, and from time to time he would pick up a piece and put it to Ji Feng's mouth. The TV series finished broadcasting 3 full episodes and it was 9 o'clock in the evening. You watch TV here, I'll go wash up. She stood up slowly, whispered to Ji Feng, then walked around the coffee table towards the bedroom. Watching Liuli walk away, Ji Feng adjusted his sitting position and continued to watch the TV in the distance. Half an hour later. Just when Ji Feng was curious about why Liuli hadn't come back for so long, a beautiful figure in white pajamas walked slowly towards him not far away. The slender and graceful figure, thin and smooth calves, and the delicate, smooth, tender and jade-like skin and bones are simply breathtakingly beautiful. Liuli, you. I'm done cleaning up, do you want to go wash up? There's a bathtub in the bathroom over there. It's very comfortable to take a bath. Her pure and beautiful eyes trembled shyly. It was the first time she wore pajamas in front of Ji Feng, and she was a little uncomfortable. After staring at Liuli in a daze for 2 seconds, Ji Feng came to his senses and stood up decisively. Okay, I'll go clean up, you sit here and watch TV for a while. He left behind a word and strode towards the innermost bedroom. Ji Feng left in a hurry. Liuli lowered her head and looked at herself curiously. She was wearing slippers on her feet and her pajamas were wrapped quite tightly. Although the neckline and cuffs are decorated with lace, they are not revealing at all. Why does he seem to be so afraid of me? She bit her soft lips with her pearly teeth and muttered softly. She quickly walked to the bedroom, brushed her teeth and washed her face, and when Ji Feng came out again, Liuli was leaning on the sofa, watching TV intently. Liuli, it's getting late, why don't you go back and rest? It's almost 10 o'clock. Even though I don't have classes tomorrow as it's Saturday, I can't stay up too late as it will harm my body. After Ji Feng finished speaking, Liuli picked up her phone to check the time. It was indeed very late, so she reluctantly turned off the TV. They walked out of the living room one after another, came to the bedroom, gently pushed the door open, and Liuli turned around subconsciously. You are going to live in the same room with me. A blush hung on her fair and delicate neck. There were so many bedrooms on the first floor, and one bedroom was definitely enough for each of them. No, I'm worried that you'd be scared sleeping alone. I'll wait in the bedroom until you fall asleep before I leave. His mind was working rapidly, and after hearing what he said, he even wanted to give himself a thumbs up. I'm very particular about my bed, so it might take me very late to fall asleep. Why don't you go back and rest first? Although she refused verbally, she really wanted Ji Feng to accompany her in her heart. It was not that she was wishful thinking, but she was really scared. When they were in the dormitory, it was okay to live with a lot of people, but in a house as big as the villa, she had a room all by herself, and it was easy for her to suffer from insomnia when she was not used to it. Tomorrow is Saturday, so we don't have to get up early. It's no big deal. Come on, go in. He pushed the door open with one hand, pulled Su Liuli's wrist and walked to the bedside. He pulled a chair over and sat down, then pointed at the big bed in front of him and said, "Go to sleep." Good. With a dimple on her face, Su Liuli lifted the quilt and happily got into bed. He was clutching the quilt with both hands, with only his head sticking out. "Then I'll go to sleep, Tilda." Her tone was gentle, and her eyes blinked as she looked at Ji Feng beside the bed. "Go to sleep, I'll turn off the light for you." He raised his hand to turn off the bedside lamp, leaving only the dim light in the corridor outside the door. Lying on the bed, Su Liuli closed her eyes. Under the dim light, her fair skin looked slightly pink. About 5 or 6 minutes later, Su Liuli, who had originally closed her eyes, began to open her eyes gradually with her eyelashes trembling slightly. "Ji Feng, I can't sleep, Tilda." "Can't sleep? How about I tell you a story?" "Okay." When Su Liuli heard that Ji Feng wanted to tell her a story, she immediately became interested. "Okay, then I'll tell you a story about not being able to look in the mirror at night. The story is..." Under Su Liuli's expectant eyes, Ji Feng began to tell ghost stories seriously. Su Liuli couldn't sleep in the first place, and after hearing these stories, she felt even more frightened. He held up the quilt with his hands from behind and only dared to show his eyes. Feeling that the atmosphere was about right, Ji Feng suddenly stood up with a smile. "Liuli, I'm going back to rest. Go to bed early." After a brief pause, Ji Feng turned around and made a gesture to leave. "Etc. Can you stay a little longer? I'm scared, Tilda." The voice was soft. How could she fall asleep if she listened to a ghost story before going to bed? Ji Feng was embarrassed when he heard this and said hesitantly, "But I'm sleepy, Tilda. I want to rest in bed." Chapter 78 Acting Genius. In order to make the performance more realistic, Ji Feng did not forget to raise his hand to cover his mouth and yawn. Su Liuli was lying on the bed, staring at Ji Feng, who was performing hard in front of her. With her intelligence, how could she not see that Ji Feng did it on purpose? But she didn't intend to expose it. "The bed is big, you can lie down and rest next to it, Tilda." She moved her delicate body slightly, trying to make room for Ji Feng. Upon hearing this, Ji Feng couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth, and the smile on his face was almost revealed. "Ahem. Okay, I'll just stay here for one night." Pretending to be reserved, she quickly walked to the side, changed into pajamas and quickly got into bed. "Go to bed, good night, Tilda." Su Liuli whispered good night to Ji Feng and closed her eyes quietly. Before she could react, an arm suddenly stretched out from under her body, and the next second, she fell into Ji Feng's arms. Tilda." Su Liuli couldn't help but scream at the sudden action. She supported her hands in front of Ji Feng, her pretty face full of panic. "Ji Feng, we can't, it will hurt the baby, Tilda." Her voice was as thin as a mosquito's. She felt shy and nervous inside. She didn't know why, but when Ji Feng held her in his arms like this, she couldn't muster any strength in her body. "Don't worry, I won't move, I'll just hug you, Tilda." Su Liuli in his arms was like a frightened little rabbit. Really, I'm not lying to you, I just hugged you and didn't do anything else." After saying this, Ji Feng was stunned. A famous saying about boys rang in his mind, "I just rub it. Not going in?" After getting Ji Feng's assurance, Su Liuli gradually felt relieved. He slowly lowered his hands and leaned his head on Ji Feng's arms. His body was slightly stiff due to nervousness, and he basically reached the point where he let Ji Feng move his body as he pleased. With the delicate body in his arms, Ji Feng was distracted for a moment. 5 minutes later, Su Liuli couldn't help but move her delicate body slightly, and her long legs gradually curled up. "What's wrong?" Feeling something strange about Su Liuli in his arms, Ji Feng opened his eyes and asked in confusion. "Nothing, Tilda. Something seems to have touched me, Tilda." Su Liuli raised her eyebrows slightly and reached out her hand subconsciously. Seeing this, Ji Feng's face changed and he quickly raised his hand to stop her. "Don't." He grabbed Su Liuli's hand, which was about to reach down, his face full of embarrassment. Ji Feng's abnormal behavior made Su Liuli very confused. Maybe it was because she really had no experience, so she still hadn't reacted. Liuli, there's nothing, go to bed. Move your body back a little and try to keep a distance from Su Liuli. This thing is not easy to catch. Seeing Ji Feng's actions, Su Liuli's eyes paused slightly, and she suddenly thought of something in a trance. You? A blush crept up her cheeks at a speed visible to the naked eye. She curled up her legs and dared not move. Her head was buried deeply in Ji Feng's arms, not daring to look up at all. This was so embarrassing. She had even wanted to catch him just now, and she was killed in front of Ji Feng. Su Liuli shyly threw herself into his arms, and Ji Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief. With one hand around Su Liuli's slender waist and the other hand on the quilt, he slowly closed his eyes. The next morning, the two of them slept until almost 8 in the morning before getting up. After getting up, Su Liuli prepared to change clothes. Ji Feng originally wanted to sit here and watch, but was ruthlessly pushed out of the room by the other party. Helpless, he had to go to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. A simple boiled egg with milk. When Su Liuli changed his clothes and came out, his breakfast was ready. She wore a black swan sweater on the upper body and a pair of jeans on the lower body, which almost perfectly outlined her figure. Now that the weather is getting cooler, it is obviously not appropriate to continue wearing skirts. Coming to the dining table, looking at the cooked eggs and milk, Su Liuli pulled out a chair and sat down. Eat an egg. He picked up the egg and handed it to Su Liuli. The other party took it and was about to peel it, but his arm suddenly paused, and then his brows frowned slightly. What's wrong? Seeing this, Ji Feng hurriedly asked about the situation. Facing Ji Feng's question, Su Liuli hesitated for a long time, her face red, but she said nothing. Are you feeling unwell? She insisted on asking more questions. Seeing Ji Feng's eager concern, she finally whispered, I feel a little uncomfortable. Somewhat increased tilde. With one hand covering her body, Su Liuli lowered her head and her face flushed. She didn't know what was going on. After returning from the imperial capital, she had always felt vaguely bloated, and now the feeling was becoming more and more obvious. Very high? Hey, have breakfast first. After breakfast I'll take you to the hospital. Knowing what is more important, now is not the time to joke. After taking care of Su Liuli to eat breakfast, the two walked out of the villa and took a taxi to the hospital. Arriving at the hospital lobby, Ji Feng went to the registration counter to register with ease. He returned to Su Liuli with the medical card and asked with concern, How do you feel now? It seems everything is fine again tilde. If I feel it carefully, the swelling I felt in the morning has disappeared and I don't feel anything at all now. Wait, let's go ask the doctor. If you don't understand what's going on, you should still ask a doctor just to be on the safe side. Soon it was their turn. They entered the clinic with their medical cards. After learning about Su Liuli's condition, the female doctor asked if she was pregnant. Well, I'm almost 2 months pregnant. That's right. Excessive hormone secretion during pregnancy can easily lead to secondary development. But generally it happens after 3 months or during the breastfeeding period. Doctor, is this normal? Do you need to check anything else? No, go back and get more rest, change your bra to a bigger size, and don't be too restrictive. It's no big deal. Because you are still pregnant, doctors do not recommend taking medication or undergoing excessive examinations. After giving a few simple instructions, Ji Feng and Su Liuli left the consultation room together. Where are we going now? Standing next to Ji Feng, Su Liuli raised her head and asked softly. Let's go buy some clothes first. The doctor has said that my current clothes are not suitable. I will buy some looser clothes while I have time in the morning. Chapter 79. You are really a pervert. I took Su Liuli to the outside of the hospital and there was a shopping mall nearby. We walked side by side to the nearest shopping mall. The layout inside was slightly different from other shopping malls. The underwear stores were all on the 3rd floor. They took the elevator to the 3rd floor and stopped in front of the lingerie store, one in front of the other. Do you want to wait here? I'll go in and buy it myself. Su Liuli put her hands in front of her and spoke in a low voice. I'll go with you. At first glance, there are not only women's underwear but also men's underwear, and many of the people shopping there are couples. Oh tilde. Gu Feng wanted to go in, and Su Liuli didn't say much. Stepping into the underwear area, unlike other places, there are no shopping guides here. After choosing the right underwear, you only need to take the sample and tell the staff next to you the size, and they will find a new set for you. Gu Feng followed beside him while Su Liuli was choosing in the front. I walked around for several rounds but still couldn't decide on anything. Don't they all look good? No tilde. I don't have any special requirements, as long as it can be worn. Or take this one. He raised his hand and pointed at a black bra at random. The style was quite conservative. Okay, this one then. Pick 2 more different ones. How about this one? Su Liuli was too embarrassed to choose by herself, so he had to help. However, the clothes he chose were not as conservative as those chosen by Su Liuli. After 2 or 3 pieces, the most conservative one had lace trim. Liuli, how about this dress? Passing by a set of underwear, Gu Feng suddenly stopped and pointed to the side seriously. Upon hearing this, Su Liuli looked in the direction that Gu Feng pointed. When she saw that it was nothing, her face suddenly turned red and she stomped her feet in shame and anger. You are indeed a pervert. She uttered a few words with her soft lips, walked in front of Gu Feng, grabbed his wrist and left quickly. As for the dress just now, she would never dare to wear it in her life. It could only cover a little bit and was too revealing. Is he really a pervert? Liuli, I just want to tease you, don't think too much about it. I was just having a brainstorm just now and wanted to tease her, but I didn't expect her to say that she is really a pervert. He can't get rid of the adjective pervert. She took the selected clothes to the staff, and the staff went to the warehouse to pick clothes according to the sizes provided by Su Liuli. After a while, several sets of brand new, unopened clothes were handed to the 2 of them. Hello, the underwear you choose cannot be returned or exchanged. Please go to the front desk to check out. Okay, thanks. After taking the clothes, the 2 walked along the aisle to the store front desk. After paying the bill, it was already 10 o'clock in the morning. By the way, there is a dinner party tonight. Come with me. Suddenly he remembered that he, as the boss, was going to treat everyone to dinner tonight, and it was a good opportunity for Su Liuli to go along. Take me there, is that convenient? If it's not convenient, I can have dinner with Jiao and the others. It's okay. It's very convenient. It's still early, I'll take you around the mall. Would you like to go to a movie this afternoon? Anyway, I don't have anything to do today, so it would be nice to watch a movie in the afternoon. Okay, let's go shopping first, and then go to the movies after lunch. When Su Liuli heard that they were going to see a movie, she was immediately very happy. She put her arms around Gu Feng and took the initiative to take him for a stroll in the mall. I thought that because she was pregnant, her body functions would decline, but what was far beyond my expectation was that in the next 2 hours, Su Liuli taught him a serious lesson. I walked around from 10 o'clock to 12:30. My legs and feet were so weak from walking around, but Su Liuli was still full of energy. Judging from the situation, he had no doubt that they could continue shopping for another 2 hours. Liuli, do you want to go have a meal first? I'm hungry tilde. He had only eaten 1 egg in the morning and now his stomach was growling. Okay, let's go eat. What do you want to eat? It's my treat today tilde. She looked at Gu Feng with a proud little look and the tone of a rich woman. You're treating, he, then I have to think about it carefully. Let's go up there and take a look first. The restaurants in the mall are on the 5th and 6th floors. Take the escalator to the 5th floor. There are mostly hot pot and barbecue restaurants, as well as some grilled fish and Western restaurants. Want some Western food? Su Liuli couldn't eat many things. After walking along the corridor for dozens of meters, she found that only the Western restaurant was suitable. Okay, I haven't eaten Western food yet. Holding Gu Feng's arm, he found a relatively ordinary Western restaurant and went in. Although today was Saturday, there were not many people in the restaurant because it was noon. The 2 came in, and a waiter in a black vest came over to serve them warmly. After understanding their needs, I found a seat by the window and sat down. Sir, madam, this is the menu tilde. Liuli, what do you want to eat? He took the menu, opened it and looked at it, and did not forget to ask Su Liuli what she wanted to eat. Steak tilde. Okay, please give us 2 fillets, well done. 2 more Caesar salads. Yes sir, would you like some wine? No, thank you tilde. He shook his head to refuse. Not to mention that Su Liuli was pregnant. Just looking at her alcohol tolerance, after drinking a glass of red wine, he would probably have to carry her back. It is not impossible to sleep from now until midnight. There were not many people in the restaurant, so the food was served relatively quickly. After a short while, 2 well-done fillet steaks and salad were served. Eat it. Oh Tilda. Su Liuli responded softly, then very unskillfully picked up the knife and fork beside her and tried hard to cut the steak in front of her. As for Feng, he had only been to a Western restaurant a few times in his life, and was not very skilled in using eating utensils such as knives and forks. Waiter. Do you have chopsticks? Give me a pair. I'm not used to using this knife. On the side of Feng and the other man, 2 men in casual clothes, with broad shoulders and thick waists and fleshy faces, raised their hands to greet the waiters. Hearing someone calling him, the waiter hurried over. Hello sir, do you need chopsticks? Yes, little girl, please give us 2 pairs of chopsticks. We are not used to using foreign things like knives and forks. Although the eldest brother has a fat face, his attitude is very friendly. Upon hearing this, the waiter immediately took out 2 pairs of chopsticks from the front desk and handed them to the 2 people. We have encountered customers who wanted to use chopsticks before, so the store had prepared them in advance. Mr. Zhang, eat quickly. We have to visit Mr. Liu after we finish eating. I'm so unlucky today. It's Saturday and I have to queue up to eat. There are only a few people here. The 2 brothers were chatting happily, because all the other stores in the mall were full of long queues, so they had no choice but to come here to eat. I ate in the Western restaurant for 20 minutes and finished all the steak and salad. They stood up to pay the bill and walked out of the restaurant. Let's go to the movies. Chapter 80 Popcorn Freedom. While eating, she kept thinking about going to the movies. After dinner, Su Liuli couldn't wait to pull Feng's hand and walk towards the cinema. Coming to the cinema, watching the recently released movies, Su Liuli chose an animation. The movie starts at 2 o'clock and there is still nearly an hour left. Would you like some popcorn? I'll buy you 2 buckets. Feng stood up and saw many people in the distance buying popcorn, 38 yuan for a small bucket and 58 yuan for a large bucket. Watching a movie while eating popcorn is indeed a very pleasant thing, but when Su Liuli saw the price of popcorn, she was discouraged. A small bucket of popcorn costs 38, it's too expensive. He grabbed Feng's arm and shook his head decisively. Come with me for a while. Feng turned around and left, staring at Su Liuli beside him in amazement, with a bewildered look on his face. He had no idea where this little girl was taking him. Taking the elevator from the 6th floor to the 1st floor, Su Liuli walked out of the mall and stopped. He looked around and finally his eyes stopped on a tricycle in the distance. Let's go Tilda. He went straight to the tricycle, and when he got there, Feng realized that the tricycle was selling popcorn. The person selling popcorn was an old lady. Although she was selling it on a tricycle, the items were arranged very neatly. It can be seen that this old lady is definitely a very clean person. Would you like some popcorn, kids? Grandma, how much is the popcorn? The small one is 15, the large one is 18. Girl, do you want a small or large portion? Well, give us a big portion. The movie was quite long, and there were only 2 of them, her and Feng, so the small portion probably wouldn't be enough. When the old man heard that Su Liuli wanted a large portion of popcorn, he put down what he was doing and started making it. Maybe he was bored, so he didn't forget to chat with Su Liuli while making the work. Girls, are you going to the mall for shopping? Well grandma, let's buy some popcorn and go to the movies. Let's go to the movies Tilda. When Su Liuli said she wanted to go to the movies, the old man immediately smiled and said, the little girl is so beautiful, and I didn't expect she is so frugal. Young man, you have found a treasure Tilda. Faced with her grandmother's praise, Su Liuli felt a little embarrassed, and Feng could only smile and scratch his head. In less than 10 minutes, the old man's popcorn was ready. When the bags were put into bags, Su Liuli's face was filled with shock, and Feng's mouth opened wide. The old man was holding a large white plastic bag in his hand and filled 2 large bags with things for the 2 of them. With this amount, it is no exaggeration to say that it is no problem to fill 4 or 5 buckets of popcorn outside the cinema. Grandma, this is too much. Swallowing his saliva, Feng smiled awkwardly. It's a big portion, so naturally you should have more. How can there be enough food if there is less, tilde? Come on, two kids, grab your popcorn and go watch a movie. Each person had a big bag. Before leaving, the old man reminded them, don't tie the bag, just leave it open like this. Carrying 2 full bags of popcorn, Liuli returned to the mall happily. That's great. We can now have popcorn freedom. Liuli, how do you know there's an old lady selling popcorn? I didn't see any of it. He looked at Liuli curiously. He didn't notice her at all before entering the mall. I guess. He uttered 3 words happily, and this answer made Feng not know what to say for a moment. When they returned to the cinema, there was less than half an hour before the movie started. The two sat in the lounge area and started eating popcorn in the bag. Everyone who saw him around looked at him with curiosity and envy. A few minutes later, a mother with a child came up to the two and asked, "Excuse me, young man, where did you buy this popcorn? How much did it cost?" "Oh, on the roadside outside the mall, it cost 18 in total." 18. "Oh, thank you, tilde." After hearing Feng's response of 18, Bao's mother's pupils trembled and her face was full of disbelief. He replied with a thank you, then immediately pulled the kid next to him out of the cinema. No doubt they were going outside to buy popcorn. After the mother left, everyone who was resting in the rest area got up and left one after another. In less than half an hour, a bunch of people came in carrying big bags of popcorn, and almost everyone in the rest area had a big bag of popcorn. Those who had just bought big buckets of popcorn were very upset. If they had known this, they would have gone out and bought it. Not only is the quantity large, but it is also economical. Liuli, can we say that we are bringing goods to the old lady for free? Feng was eating popcorn in his mouth with a cheerful smile. After eating for a long time, the popcorn in the bag was still firm and he didn't finish much. The same goes for Liuli's bag next to her. At this rate, she might not be able to finish the popcorn after watching the movie. After a long wait of more than 10 minutes, the movie finally started. They entered the viewing area with their tickets and watched the 2.5-hour animation with great gusto. When I came out of the cinema, most of the popcorn in the bag had been eaten, and there was about 1/3 left in the bag. I feel a little full. Raising her hand and stroking her lower abdomen, Liuli looked at Feng aggrievedly. She was already full after eating so much popcorn. Me too. If it really doesn't work, eat less for dinner today. Liuli was full, and so was he. Walking out of the cinema and picking up his phone, Annie had already sent him their hotel reservation. The time is set at 6 o'clock in the evening, and everyone will gather outside the hotel at 5:30. There will be 93 people in total. Because of the peak competition, some employees from the technical department stayed behind. It's 4:30, and there is still an hour until 5:30. After sitting and resting in the mall for a while, Feng took Liuli out of the mall and took a taxi to their hotel according to the location Annie sent. When I got out of the taxi, it was exactly 5 o'clock. Narara Hotel. What a classy place. Would you like to eat here later? Liuli stood gracefully beside Feng, with a look of curiosity on her face. Tilde. It should be. Let's go in first. Annie had already reserved a seat, so he just had to tell her name and the waiter would take him in. Pulling Liuli into the Junlan Hotel, the interior was decorated very luxuriously and the front desk staff gave them a warm welcome. After hearing that there was a reservation, a special waiter immediately took the two of them to the 3rd floor. "Sir, this is the reserved seat. Our 2 waiters are right outside. Please feel free to call them if you need anything. I wish you happiness, tilde." Standing at the door, the waiter guided Feng and Liuli into their hall. The huge dining room is about 300 square meters, with 6 round tables on the left, 6 round tables on the right, and a rectangular table in the middle. There is a red carpet under your feet and crystal glass lamps hanging above your head. Chapter 81. Hello, boss. With such a large space, are there going to be a lot of people coming? After taking a quick look around, Liuli looked at Feng with curiosity. In addition to the long table in the middle, there were a total of 12 tables. There must be a lot of people eating in such a large private room. Yes, almost 100 people. 100 people. Liuli's pupils trembled, and shock was revealed in his eyes. Feng said there was a dinner party, and she thought there would be only a few people having a simple meal, but she didn't expect there would be more than 100 people. How come there are more than 100 people? Could it be a class reunion? She tilted her head and looked at Ji Feng with lovely eyes. Apart from a class reunion, she couldn't think of any other occasion that could gather more than 100 people. Liuli was so surprised, but Ji Feng smiled and pulled out the chair next to him. Sit down first. After the other party sat down, he slowly explained, it's not a class reunion, it's a company team building. Company team building. Ji Feng's words made her even more confused. He has just started school, could it be possible that Ji Feng has already found a job? Ji Feng had no intention of hiding the truth from Liuli, and was going to tell her about Yunding technology. It's like this. After 5 or 6 minutes of explanation, Liuli finally realized that her boyfriend actually ran a company. You are awesome. Last time someone asked me to produce music, was it because of you? A light bulb went off in her mind, and she immediately remembered the music design she had done before. She was very surprised at the time, as she was just an ordinary student, and she was actually approached to produce the background music for such a large-scale game. Now it seems that it is most likely because of Ji Feng. Facing Liuli's questioning, Ji Feng did not hide anything. It's not all because of me. In order to control costs, the company originally planned to find some students from Magic City University to produce the background music for the game. I just recommended you to them. He spread his hands, his tone calm and indifferent. Having said that, how could Liuli not have thought that Ji Feng was a company boss, and his recommendation was equivalent to an order to the company's employees? Does this count as abusing your power for personal gain? A small dimple appeared on her face, and Liuli looked at Ji Feng with a forced smile. Forehead. It's serious. This is just a backdoor at best. Just as the two were talking in a low voice, the door of the private room was opened again. Annie and Liu Qi came in with a group of people from the company. When they saw Ji Feng, they couldn't help but quicken their pace and came to Ji Feng in 2 steps at a time. Mr. Ji Tilder. He greeted Ji Feng and looked at Liuli curiously. Well, you're here. Ask everyone to sit down first. With so many people coming in, it would definitely be inappropriate to stand in the middle of the hall. Yes, we will arrange for everyone to sit down. After receiving the instructions, Liu Qi and Annie immediately asked everyone to take a seat. More than 90 people found their seats and sat down. After settling everyone, the two came to Ji Feng again. Everyone looked at Liuli beside Ji Feng, and Liu Qi and Annie couldn't help but reveal a little surprise in their eyes. What surprised me was not that there was a girl next to Ji Feng, but Liuli's figure and appearance. This kind of stunningly beautiful and talented girl is far superior to even the stars on TV. Noticing the difference between the two, Ji Feng smiled faintly. Let me introduce you, this is my wife. Puff. After Ji Feng finished speaking, Liu Qi and Annie were shocked. Liu Qi was even more exaggerated and almost choked to death by his own saliva. Liuli next to him opened her mouth slightly and looked at Ji Feng in disbelief. She had never expected that he would introduce himself like this. Who is your wife? Moving close to Ji Feng's ear, her slender hands skillfully pinched the soft flesh on Ji Feng's waist. The sudden severe pain made Ji Feng gasp, his Tilder. Honey, I was wrong Tilder. Humph, you still say that. Liuli couldn't help but blush when she was always called wife. After teaching Ji Feng a lesson, he stared at the 2 blushes on his cheeks and took the initiative to look at Annie and Liu Qi. Hello, my name is Liuli Tilder. Hearing Liuli's words, Annie was the first to react and hurriedly said, Hello, Miss Su. I'm Annie, and this is Liu Qi, the head of the company's technical department. Annie had already started to greet him, so Liu Qi naturally didn't dare to neglect her. He smiled happily, showing his 2 front teeth. Hello, boss lady. After all, he is still a grown man. Liu Qi just calls out, boss lady, and Ji Feng is completely helpless. As for Liuli, she was even more confused. Cough cough cough. Let's sit down quickly Tilder. He coughed a few times to ease the awkwardness, then took Liuli's hand and sat down at the long table in the middle. A long table can just accommodate 8 or 9 people. After obtaining Ji Feng's consent, Annie gathered several company executives here. Among them are the newly appointed heads of publicity and planning. Mr. Ji, You know the financial director Du Jingjing and the human resources director Zhao Nan. These two are Shen Yaxian, the head of the planning department, and Wang Gang, the head of the publicity department. Everyone, I don't need to introduce Mr. Jiyu in detail. He smiled at them and then said, "This is Miss Su." Annie took the initiative to introduce Su Liuli. The four of them looked at each other and said in tacit understanding, "Hello, Mr. Jiyu." "Hello, Madam Boss." They heard clearly what Liu Qi had just called them. Now was a great opportunity to show their loyalty and courtesy, so they had to seize it. From social experience, it is more important to make the boss's wife happy than to make the boss happy. The four of them all called the proprietress. Su Liuli stood up awkwardly, looked at them with a slightly panicked look, and quickly responded, "Hello Tilda. Ms. Su, please take a seat. Everyone, please sit down." Everyone sat down and Anne raised her hand to signal the waiter to bring the menu. There are no fixed dishes. Everyone can order whatever they like. This was what Ji Feng had requested before. 20 minutes later, the prepared dishes were served on the table one after another. "Miss Su, would you like some juice?" "I'll get you a glass of freshly squeezed juice Tilda." There were drinks in front of everyone, but there was only boiled water in front of Su Liuli. Seeing this, Annie stood up and asked the waiter to bring in a glass of freshly squeezed juice. "Sister Annie, don't bother. I'll just drink plain water." "It's okay, no trouble Tilda." After responding with a smile, regardless of Su Liuli's politeness, Annie had already called the waiter to prepare a glass of freshly squeezed orange juice. After returning and sitting down again, Su Liuli suddenly asked curiously, "Sister Annie, did we talk on the phone before? Your voice sounds so familiar." Hearing Annie's voice, she suddenly remembered the person in charge of her company who had called her before. "Yes, Miss Su. It was me who called you earlier. The background music for the game you helped to make is very good. I haven't had time to thank you yet." "What?" "The background music of the game was made by the boss lady." Chapter 82, The Gigolo. Liu Qi was stunned. Only now did he realize that the background music of the peak competition was actually composed by Su Liuli. While I was shocked, I couldn't help but feel secretly relieved. Fortunately, he didn't find fault, otherwise he would have been in big trouble today. Why was I saying that the background music was so perfect? It turns out it was your work, Miss Su. Sitting next to Annie, Liu Qi did not hide his flattery. Miss Su is so beautiful and talented. She is definitely a daughter of destiny. Yes, it's not an exaggeration to call her a fairy. Annie and the others around nodded in agreement. Su Liuli could not bear such praise. She sat beside Ji Feng uncomfortably with an awkward smile on her beautiful face. At the critical moment, Ji Feng has to step forward. "Let's eat first and chat while we eat." After saying that, he picked up the chopsticks and was the first to pick up the food. At Ji Feng's signal, everyone started to pick up their chopsticks. Half an hour later, when the meal was halfway through, perhaps it was an intentional arrangement by Annie and Liu Qi, but all the employees who came to eat came over with drinks and greeted Ji Feng. Of course, when talking to their boss, don't forget the crucial boss lady. Su Liuli was a little uncomfortable being called the boss lady by just one person, but later everyone lined up to call her the boss lady, and she gradually accepted it. In the end, when people greeted her as the boss lady, she could still say thank you in return. The meal lasted from 6 o'clock to 9 o'clock in the evening, a full 3 hours. Dinner had ended an hour and a half ago, but no one left because they were all young and had a lot to talk about, and they were all having a great time. We forgot about time while chatting. If Annie hadn't reminded us, we would have hardly finished chatting after 9 o'clock. "Annie, take my card and go check out. Password, 594,250. He took out a bank card and handed it to Annie. She was the one who booked the hotel, so he let her pay the bill since she was spending her own money anyway. "Okay, Mr. Jiu." Annie took the bank card handed over by Jiu Feng with both hands and went to the front desk to pay the bill under the guidance of the waiter. About 5 or 6 minutes later, another waiter returned. Jiu Feng thought the other party had already paid the bill, and was about to take the bank card back, but Annie said with embarrassment, "Mr. Jiu, the total consumption is 63,000 yuan, and there is no money in the card." Handing the card to Jiu Feng, Annie's eyes revealed embarrassment. She just took her bank card to the front desk to pay, and the card was swiped 3 times, but not a penny was paid. "What? No money. This card contains the private savings he had saved when he was in school. The amount is not much, but it must be tens of thousands. How could he have no money? I really have no money. The waiter tried to swipe the card for 100 yuan, but it showed insufficient balance. After Annie finished speaking, Jiu Feng was slightly stunned. He didn't have time to think about anything else. The most important thing now was to pay the bill first. But his other bank card is in the dormitory. If he goes back to get it now, it will take at least an hour to go back and forth. Hearing the conversation between the two, Liuli stood up slowly and took out a gold-stamped black card from her bag. Sister Annie, take this card and swipe it. Hearing this, Jiu Feng turned to look at Liuli. Liuli, the meal will cost tens of thousands of yuan, your money black gold card. He was about to say that Liuli's money was definitely not enough, but when he saw the card in the other party's hand, Jiu Feng's eyes almost fell to the ground. Black gold card, my mother Song Hualan also has one, so there is no doubt that Liuli's card was given by her mother. Subconsciously taking the black gold card from Liuli, and looking at the lines on the bank card, Annie suddenly remembered that she seemed to have seen a gold card once when she went to the bank to handle business for the company. Gold card holders are VIP customers in the bank. In addition to not having to queue up to handle business, they can also be received by the bank president. As for the black gold card, this was the first time she had seen it. But if you think about it carefully, you will know that the VIP level of the black gold card is definitely higher than that of the gold card. Ms. Su, the password. No password is required for small payments. She parted her pearly teeth and uttered a few words softly. Micropayments. Oh my goodness, since when did 60,000 yuan become a small payment? Liuli's words were shocking. Liu Qi and Du Jingjing looked at each other, feeling extremely uneasy. Good. I'll go right away. Since Liuli said no password was needed, Annie didn't think much about it and returned to the front desk under the guidance of the waiter. Pay by card, all in one go. Holding the bill in her hand, Annie quickly returned to the hall, handed the bank card to Liuli first, and then handed the bill to Jiu Feng. After all, it is a high-end place, and the average consumption per person is about 600. This is a supplementary card that my aunt gave me. Take it. Instead of putting the bank card back into her bag, she turned around and handed it to Jiu Feng. In Liuli's opinion, Jiu Feng must be very short of money, otherwise he wouldn't even have money to pay for dinner. Anyway, she had the card and had never used it, so it would be better to let Jiu Feng use it. Secondary card. For me? He subconsciously raised his hand and pointed at himself. He didn't expect Liuli would want to give him this card. I can't use it anyway. This card has a daily limit of 200,000. If you exceed 200,000, you will need to enter your password. After that, he leaned close to Jiu Feng's ear and said breathlessly, the password is your birthday. After quickly putting the card in Jiu Feng's hand, Liuli sat down again holding her bag. You're letting me be a gigolo again. Jiu Feng was joking, but when Annie, Liu Qi and others heard it, it didn't mean the same thing. Combining what they had just said with the conversation between the two, Annie and the others suddenly realized that it was no wonder that their boss was so rich at such a young age. It turned out that he had found a wealthy wife. Okay, it's getting late, we need to go back. Don't play too late, go back and rest early. Liuli, let's go. It's almost time to prepare to go back. Hearing Jiu Feng's words, Liuli stood up with her bag on her back, raised her hand to greet Annie and everyone, and followed Jiu Feng away. After the two of them left, Liu Qi, Annie and others sat down again. Call. Boss Jiu, you're actually a gigolo. Liu Qi, how can you talk like that? Annie's face changed slightly, and Du Jingjing and others looked at Liu Qi with displeasure. Feeling the murderous gazes of several people, Liu Qi finally realized that he had just said the wrong thing. Par, I slap you. I did not mean that. He was just subconsciously repeating what Jiu Feng had just said, and he didn't really mean to say that his boss was a gigolo. What's wrong with being a gigolo? You want to eat it but you don't have the ability to do so. Jiaonan glanced at Liu Qi and chuckled with his hands covering his mouth. Jiu Feng took Liuli away, not knowing that a casual remark of his had successfully transformed his image into that of a gigolo. In Liuli's eyes, he is a pervert in the eyes of company employees, he is a gigolo in the eyes of school classmates, he is a love saint. There is no normal image. Chapter 83, it's really a rip-off. The two returned to their villa together. Liuli went to the bedroom first, changed her clothes, and then went to the living room to watch TV. Seeing this, Feng also came to the sofa and sat down. Let's go home next Friday. Liuli was watching TV seriously when Feng suddenly spoke. Go home. Come back to my house. Yes, go back to your home. We were supposed to go back this week, but Liuli never mentioned it and we haven't bought gifts for the old man yet, so we have to postpone it to next week. Well, I'll call Grandpa in advance. Liuli nodded in agreement, and Feng raised his hand and picked up the water cup on the coffee table. Let's go buy some gifts together tomorrow. In addition to buying gifts for the elderly, he also wanted to buy a car. It would be too inconvenient to take the train with so many gifts, so it would be better to get a car. The two of them sat in the living room watching TV, far away in the imperial capital, in the Gu family manor. Song Hualan picked up her phone and looked at the text message on it, a happy and excited smile on her face. Not far away, Gu Jingguo stood in front of a fish tank, holding fish feed in his hand, silently looking at his wife with a silly smile. In the fish tank, a large dark red fish swam back and forth. It was very similar to the one that was eaten before, but it was slightly smaller. This fish is a blood-red dragon that was just airlifted from abroad. This time I will keep it at home. I can't let my daughter-in-law eat it no matter what. Honey, why are you grinning like an idiot while holding your phone? Could it be that your company's stock price has gone up again? Putting the fish feed aside, Ji Yujingguo slowly walked to the sofa. Putting the phone on her knees, Song Hualan turned around and rolled her eyes, then muttered, "How can I be so happy about the stock price going up a little bit? I'm happy that my beloved daughter-in-law has finally come to her senses." Opened. What's the meaning? Song Hualan's words were confusing and Ji Yujingguo had no idea what she meant. Hey, look. Before Liuli left, I gave her my supplementary card. I haven't used it for a while. But today, she suddenly sent me a text message saying she spent 63,000 yuan. Looking down at the text message on his wife's phone, Ji Yujingguo was stunned. TSK, you're happy with the child spending money. What kind of logic is this? But speaking of which, wife, are you sure it was Liuli who spent the money? What do you mean? Song Hualan frowned slightly, then shook her head. Impossible. When I gave the card to Liuli, I told her not to tell Feng. Besides, I already transferred 40 million to Feng last time, so he shouldn't be short of money. While whispering, Ji Yujingguo's originally amused expression opened wide after hearing the words, 40 million, what? When did Feng ask you for the 40 million? What are you so excited about? Just a few days ago, this kid said he wanted to start a business. Wait, is he going to ask you for money too? Song Hualan's eyes narrowed slightly when she saw her husband's expression halfway through her words. This brat. You only need 40 million, but I want 80 million. It's really a rip-off. He looked very angry, but what made Ji Yujingguo angry was not that Ji Feng asked for money from two sides, but that he and Song Hualan only wanted 40 million, while he, as her father, wanted 80 million. This is simply unfair. Ji Yujingguo, what do you mean? How much does this cost? Ji Feng, that brat, I will teach him a lesson when he comes back next time. He was originally happy because his daughter-in-law spent money, but he didn't expect that his blood pressure rose before his happiness lasted for 2 minutes because he was so angry at Ji Feng. Magic City Villa. Ji Feng sat on the sofa with Liuli watching TV, but he didn't know that his parents were furious. Tilde. Liuli, are you cold? Not cold. Liuli shook her head. No, why do I feel so cold? I'll go get a blanket. I got up and walked to the bedroom, took out a blanket from the closet, put it on and went back to the sofa. Only then did I feel much warmer. Liuli, take this card back. I don't dare to take the supplementary card that my mother gave you. He took out the black gold secondary card and handed it to Liuli. Seeing Ji Feng handing the card back, Liuli did not take it, but explained, I still have money, so I don't need it for the time being. I don't need it either. It's a gift for you, so just take it. Just in case there's a chance I can use it. Without further ado, he insisted on handing the card back to Liuli. Gu Feng insisted so much that Su Liuli didn't think much about it and had to put the bank card back into her bag. She must keep this card safe. Without the password, she can swipe out 200,000 yuan. In other words, once this card is lost, she will most likely lose 200,000 yuan every day. After watching TV for about half an hour, Su Liuli and Gu Feng felt that it was about time, so they prepared to go back to their room to rest. Just as Gu Feng was about to follow Su Liuli back to the room, he was unexpectedly stopped outside the door. Liuli, what are you doing? Nothing, Tilda. It's getting late, go back to your rooms and sleep. Su Liuli stuck half of her head out through the crack in the door and looked at Gu Feng with an innocent face. Well, let me in first, I'll get some clothes. In any case, trick the door open first. But what Gu Feng didn't expect was that Su Liuli seemed to see through his little thoughts and had no intention of opening the door at all. HMPH, I won't let you in. The fair and pretty face revealed a hint of stubbornness. You deliberately told me a ghost story last night to scare me. As punishment, I'll leave you alone in the empty room today. After saying this angrily, she glanced at Gu Feng with her beautiful eyes and quickly closed the door. Standing at the door, Gu Feng raised his hand and touched the tip of his nose. If nothing unexpected happened, he would have to sleep alone tonight. This little girl is quite vindictive. While muttering to himself, he walked towards the next bedroom. After Gu Feng entered the room, Su Liuli slowly opened the door that was originally closed and carefully poked her head out. You really went back? Not hearing any noise, Anshin opened the door of the room completely. He tiptoed to the living room, picked up the cup and filled it with warm water, then quickly returned to the room. He closed the door again, put the cup of water on the bedside table, raised his hand to lift the quilt, and was about to get into bed. Tilda. Gu Feng. When did you come in? Her face was full of disbelief. She hadn't expected that while she was just fetching water, Gu Feng would actually run to the bed. This action is too fast. If you come back a little later, I will fall asleep. Sitting up straight, holding the quilt, Gu Feng smiled and joked. Snort. Now that he's here, it's so late, we can't kick him out. Su Liuli hummed softly, took off her shoes, and got into bed very naturally. However, less than a second after lying down, her entire body was already in Gu Feng's arms. Staring at Gu Feng, Su Liuli's face flushed and her breathing became a little rapid. What are you doing, Tilda? Nothing, Tilda. My hands are cold, I want to warm them up. As soon as the words fell, Su Liuli's delicate body trembled slightly. She didn't expect Gu Feng to actually put his hand in. Fortunately, she just placed it there quietly. If she was pinched a few times, she would not be able to bear it. The whole process takes about 10 seconds. 10 seconds later, Su Liuli looked up with a blushing face. I'm sleepy and want to sleep, Tilda. Chapter 84 Maybark. Good. Let's go to bed. Without any unnecessary movements, he slowly took his hand out, supported Su Liuli's shoulders and helped her lie down. His palm was warm, as if he was still lingering on the softness just now. I turned off the lights. After getting Su Liuli's consent, he turned off the bedside lamp before lying down, and that night passed in silence. The next morning, they both got up early. The weather outside was nice, just a slight breeze. After breakfast, Su Liuli put on an extra coat. The temperature outside was obviously much cooler than before, and she wanted to ensure the health of the baby in her belly. Where are we going first? They came out of the villa and walked side by side to the road. Go buy a car first. You're going to buy a car? When watching TV yesterday, Gu Feng only said that he was going out shopping today to buy some gifts for his grandfather, but he didn't say he wanted to buy a car. Your home is near the Magic City. It's not convenient to take the train with your stuff. Buying a car will make traveling more convenient in the future. Feeling that what Gu Feng said made sense, Su Liuli couldn't help but continue to ask, what brand of car do you plan to buy? I don't know yet. Let's go to the suburbs first. There are many 4S stores in the southern suburbs of the city. Let us go there first and have a look. To be honest, he had thought about it last night. Since he was going to buy a car, he might as well buy a better one. After all, he might need it when discussing cooperation later. For people in the business world, a car is not so much a means of transportation as it is a representation of one's image. Of course, he didn't know when this trend started. I took a taxi with Liuli to the suburbs near the Magic City. As soon as I got off the car, I saw several 4S stores in front of me. After walking along the road for a while, we arrived at a super luxurious 4S store. Rolls-Royce. Before his rebirth, his car was a Rolls-Royce. At that time, he was about to successfully take over his mother's Jojo group, and the Rolls-Royce was very suitable for him. But now, it's obviously not appropriate. Stopping in front of the Rolls-Royce store, Liuli's pretty face tightened. She thought the other party was going to buy a Rolls-Royce. Fortunately, Feng just took a few glances and left. I continued walking forward and glanced to the side inadvertently. A brand new Maybach was parked in front of the 4S store. As luxury cars, Maybach is slightly more low-key than Rolls-Royce. Liuli, let's go over and take a look. He took a liking to the car at first sight and took Liuli straight to the Maybach 4S store. Seeing a customer coming in, a salesperson hurried forward to greet him warmly. Hello sir, welcome Tilda. May I ask if there is any salesperson you have contacted? No, this is our first time here. Feng shook his head. Hearing that Feng and Liuli were coming for the first time, the salesperson smiled and said, Sir, madam, I will serve you next. Is that okay with you? Oh, of course. That Maybach outside is nice. Do you have any in stock in the store? He raised his hand and pointed to the Maybach parked outside the 4S store. Maybach. Sir, the car parked outside is a limited edition Maybach S680. It's intended to be a display car. I thought Feng wanted to buy a Mercedes-Benz, but I didn't expect that he was actually interested in Maybach. The salesperson stood there, not knowing which car to recommend for a moment. I want to see a Maybach. Maybach. Yes, sir. This way please. She didn't believe that Feng could afford a luxury car like Maybach, but as a salesperson, if the customer asked to see it, she would definitely take him to experience it. Sir, Maybach is a high-end model. In addition to the car in the showroom, the store only has the limited edition one outside. If you want a ready-made car, I can ask the leader. Feng and Liuli stood beside the car, and the salesperson stood aside and whispered. Well, how much is this car? This model is also the S680, and the price is around 3 million, and the landing price is about 3.5 million. What about the limited edition ones out there? The limited edition landing pickup costs nearly 6 million. I can give you a detailed calculation of the price later. I have to say that the sales service was very good. From the time I came into looking at the car, there was no trace of impatience, which surprised Feng. Xiaoling. Is that your client? Just as the salesperson was taking Feng and Liuli to look at the car, a woman who was also wearing work clothes walked over quickly, took the female salesperson's arm and walked aside. Xiaoling, the customer over there has been here 2 or 3 times, and this time he is very likely to be determined to buy. These 2 young people are probably here to watch the fun. Let them watch first and take care of the old customers. The woman's voice was very soft, but Feng and Liuli were close to her, so even though they couldn't hear it clearly, they understood the general meaning. Sister Wang, they are here to see the car too. It's not good for me to leave them alone like this. The female salesperson was a little conflicted. During her induction training, she was clearly told that service was their top priority. If a customer complained, a lot of her salary for this month would definitely be deducted. You are so stubborn. You only closed 1 order last month, and you haven't closed any this month. If you keep going like this, the manager will fire you. But, Sister Wang, can you please go and receive the client over there for me? For you? If it really comes to fruition, whose name will it belong to? She curled her lips. They were all here to work. She was not a saint. She could not take care of her own clients, so how could she have the time to take care of other people's clients? It's yours. If you can really make a deal, it will be counted as your achievement. That's what you said. I said, thank you, Sister Wang. After saying this in a low voice, without having time to think about it, he returned to Feng and Liuli to introduce the car. Sister, may I ask, how long have you been working here? Feng spoke calmly. The reason he asked this question was purely out of curiosity. Not long after, this is the 2nd month. Oh, the 2nd month, I see. A hint of understanding appeared on his face. Why did he feel that the other party was different from other salesmen? It turned out that it was only his second month on the job. Sir, I don't quite understand what you mean, Tilder. It's okay. If it were another salesperson, they probably wouldn't want to receive us when they saw the two of us coming to see Maybark. He smiled heartily, and what he said was absolutely true. I've almost finished looking at all the cars. Can you please ask my boss if I can pick up the limited edition S680 outside? The car has been picked, there is no need to waste time. After Feng finished speaking, the saleswoman next to him seemed unable to believe her ears. Sir, are you sure you want to pick up the car outside? That car will cost about 6 million to land. Chapter 85. Why is there no reverse gear? After listening to Feng's words, the salesperson began to doubt whether he had not stated the price clearly. Yes, 6 million, I know. Can I pick it up now? If so, please tell me the exact price. His tone was calm and his expression was indifferent. Anyone could tell that he was not joking. Okay. Sir, madam, please come and sit here for a while. I will go and ask for instructions. Because it was a display car, she wasn't sure if it could be sold, so she had to ask her supervisor first. He invited Feng and Liuli to sit down in the rest area, and before leaving, he did not forget to pour 2 glasses of water and placed them in front of them. 6 million. Isn't this price too high? Do you really want to buy it? Sitting next to each other, with a pair of legs pressed tightly together, Liuli looked at Feng with suspicion. Real. He picked up the water cup in front of him and took a sip with a smile. After about 5 or 6 minutes, the salesperson came rushing down from upstairs. Judging from the expression on his face, it was almost certain. Sir, this car is for sale. I'll help you calculate the specific price now, is that okay with you? Holding a pen and paper in her hand, the salesperson was excited. If this car could really be sold, she wouldn't have to worry about her sales performance for the next few months. Sit up straight and put the glass of water back on the table. The price of the bear car, plus the luxury car tax, plus. Holding a pen and paper, he added up all the necessary expenses very carefully. Since it was a cash car, the additional items were not included. After calculating the total price, it was about 6.1 million. After hearing the price calculated by the salesperson, Liuli suddenly asked, "Can you give me a better discount?" Yes. My greatest authority is to give you an additional 50,000 yuan discount on the bear car. According to normal procedures, this type of luxury car needs to be equipped with many optional items. I can apply for it for you, and nothing will be installed. Of course, if you need it, you can add it. The final price was 6.05 million. This is the lowest price I can offer you. She only has so much authority. If Feng and Liuli are still not satisfied, they can only go to their superiors to apply. 6,500,000 is still a bit high. $6 million, is that okay? It is common to buy things without bargaining. He is not a sucker, so he will bargain when necessary. Sir, I'll go ask for you, please wait a moment. Since Feng said so, she could take the opportunity to go upstairs and ask. As for whether the deal could be completed for 6 million, she was not sure. He stood up again and walked to the second floor. About 5 minutes later, a middle-aged man with a beer belly followed the salesperson downstairs. After seeing Feng and Liuli, a happy smile appeared on his chubby face. Hello sir, what's your name? The surname is Gu. Oh, Mr. Gu. It's like this, Mr. Gu. The salesperson just explained the situation to me. If you can place an order for this car today, I will give you another 30,000 yuan discount. 6,020,000, is that okay? The prices of these imported cars are relatively transparent. 6.02 million is indeed the lowest price we can offer. Good. 6,020,000. Swipe the card now and I'll pick up the car. From the other party's attitude, it can be seen that 6.02 million is already the lowest price. After all, he didn't add anything. If you add things to the store, the price of the bear car can definitely be reduced, but the landing price will be higher, which is completely unnecessary. Swipe the card. Okay, sir, please wait a moment, we will prepare the contract right away. Do you have any requirements for the vehicle delivery ceremony? We will help you prepare in advance. The deal was done quickly. The manager's cheerful expression was simply hilarious. The salesperson next to him was also excited. She had never dreamed that she would be able to make a deal on a luxury car worth 6 million. The salesmen around who were helping other people look at cars couldn't help but cast envious glances at him. Sister Wang before had mixed feelings in her heart. I'm in a hurry, so forget about the car handover ceremony. I also have to take Su Liuli shopping to buy gifts for Grandpa, so I don't have much time to spend here. Okay. Please wait a moment. The contract was prepared quickly, and Feng signed it. The staff inside had already started printing the temporary license plate. In about half an hour, all the procedures were completed. He respectfully handed the bank card in his hand to Feng. Mr. Gu, the temporary license plate has been prepared. Today is Sunday, so we can't get the license plate. Wait until tomorrow, give me a seat, and I'll have our store staff take you to get the license plate. Is that okay with you? Yes, sure. Seeing Feng nod, the manager personally took the two of them out of the 4S store and inspected the car for more than 10 minutes. After finding no problems, he tore off all the films on the car. He opened the passenger door and let Su Liuli get in first, then he sat in the driver's seat. Fasten your seat belts, let's go. Oh Tilder. The car started and slowly drove away under the gaze of everyone. When the rear of the car was no longer visible, the manager let out a long sigh. Huh. Xiaoling, well done. You are the best seller this month. Wait for your bonus. Thank you, manager. Raising his hand and patting the salesperson on the shoulder, the manager returned to the store with uncontrollable joy. Xiaoling, you can do it. A luxury car worth 6 million, and it's sold just like that. TSK, 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 how enviable. Anan sat quietly in the driver's seat and drove the car, while Su Liuli in the passenger seat was like a curious baby, looking here and there, and occasionally looking back at the back seat of the car. Liuli, can you drive? Feng glanced at Su Liuli and smiled faintly. Turning his head and looking away, Su Liuli paused for a moment and said, I have a driver's license. But I can't drive. Forehead. You have a driver's license, but you can't drive. As soon as these words came out, Feng's CPU was almost burned out. Looking at Su Liuli, her beautiful and intelligent eyes revealed a sense of rightness. Yes, I took the driver's license test when I was a freshman in college, and I never touched a car again after that. But your car is also very strange. Why doesn't it have first, second, third, fourth, fifth gear, or reverse gear? What does this D gear mean? Feng pointed to the D gear with his slender jade finger and opened his mouth, feeling quite helpless. Without worrying about the gear position, I continued to study other things. Soon the two arrived at the city center, parked the car, and took Su Liuli into the mall. What does Grandpa like? Following Feng, Su Liuli thought carefully and realized that the old man didn't seem to have anything he particularly liked. I always buy some food when I go back. How about bringing some supplements this time? If you don't know what to buy, it's definitely a good idea to bring some supplements. Okay. Taking Su Liuli up the elevator, they soon arrived at the supplement store. There were all kinds of supplements, and she even saw some supplements given to her by her mother-in-law. But those are foods suitable for pregnant women, and they are not suitable for my grandfather. Chapter 86 Little Boyfriend. After 20 minutes of selection, 6 supplements were finally chosen. Ginseng, deer antler, Ganoderma lucidum and Dendrobium, everything is available. Worried that these 6 supplements might not be enough, I went to the clothing store and bought 2 new sets of clothes. Taking these things back to the villa, tomorrow is Monday, and Su Liuli plans to go back to the dormitory tonight. It was boring for him to live alone in the villa, so he just followed them back to school. The next morning, the staff from the 4S store contacted me and asked me to take the car to register. However, because I had to attend classes, I had to change the time to the afternoon. The morning time passed very quickly and the second class was about to end. Feng turned around and looked around. Jiangyu and Xiaokai were still sleeping soundly. What's going on with them? They've been sleeping all morning. Zhang Tianyu, who was standing next to him, heard this and immediately responded, I got up at around 5 in the morning to go to the bathroom, and these 2 guys were sitting on the bed playing games. I thought they were up early, but when I asked, I found out that they were still awake. Pursing his lips, Jiangyu said that he hadn't slept yet. His brain almost crashed at that moment. Play games all night. Yes, there is a new game called Peak Competition. As soon as Zhang Tianyu mentioned Peak Competition, Ji Yufeng's expression was so exciting. Jiang Yu and Xiao Kai played games all night long, and the game they played was Peak Competition. It's just a game, is it that fun? Fuck, what do you mean it's just a game? I can tell you've never played it before. You can download one tonight and try it out. It's really fun. Zhang Tianyu put his head on the desk and spoke in a low voice with a serious face. The two of them whispered, which soon attracted the attention of the teacher at the podium. Students in the back, the get out of class hasn't ended yet, please be quiet. Shatilder. Raising a finger to make a hushing gesture, Zhang Tianyu quickly raised his head and woke up Jiang Yu and Xiao Kai. Waking up from their sleep in a daze, the two looked at each other, having forgotten what had happened. Wake up, both of you. Get out of class is over now. Go back to the dormitory and sleep in at noon. Oh Tilder. He agreed in a low voice and looked at the podium in a daze, with a clear red mark on his face, which made Ji Yufeng and Zhang Tianyu laugh wildly. After finally getting through the get out of class, they didn't even have time to eat lunch, so they hurried back to the dormitory to continue sleeping. Zhang Tianyu was going to have dinner with his girlfriend, and before he knew it, Ji Yufeng was the only one left at the classroom door. Hey, why are you the only one left? Is there no one to eat with you? Suddenly, a clear and pleasant sound like a spring was heard behind him, and Ji Yufeng turned around to look. Not far away, Liuli, wearing a khaki top, was standing at the door of the classroom with a smile on her face. Her skin was whiter than snow, and her eyes were like a pool of clear water, looking at her happily. Liuli? He was pleasantly surprised and quickened his pace to come in front of Liuli. Don't you have a meeting at noon today? Yes, the meeting is over. Mingzhu felt dizzy, and her big jade-like eyes stared at Ji Yufeng. If I don't come over, who will have lunch with my boyfriend today? She puffed up her cheeks and skillfully put her slender arms around Ji Yufeng. Little boyfriend. A boyfriend is a boyfriend, what's a little boyfriend? Of course he's a little boyfriend, aren't you little? She looked at Ji Yufeng quietly with elegant eyes, and there was a hint of scholarly purity between her brows. Small. Where is it small? Ji Yufeng smiled strangely, and Su Liuli's face froze, as if she understood something. Abnormal. I'm talking about young age, not anything else. She let go of Ji Yufeng's arm and took a step back angrily. She looked very pretty and charming, which was very endearing. Being called a pervert once again, Ji Yufeng helplessly spread his hands and said, Yes, I am young, but I didn't say I am young in any way. Liuli, what are you thinking about all day long? As expected, if you learn from Zhu Barji, you will blame others for your mistakes. After saying this angrily, he took the initiative to come to Ji Yufeng again and said, You treated me to lunch today, I want to go to the restaurant to eat. His stomach had been growling with hunger, so he pulled Ji Yufeng's arm and ran towards the school cafeteria. After having lunch with Su Liuli, at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, I went to the vehicle management office under the guidance of the 4S shop staff to register the car. After the license plate was registered, before Ji Yufeng returned to school, Annie suddenly called. Hello. The car stopped outside Fuxing University, and Ji Yufeng picked up the phone to answer Annie's call. Mr. Ji Yu, the employment office of Fuxing University has contacted the company and would like to talk to you. Employment office. What are you looking for me to talk about? Autumn recruitment. There is only one reason why the employment office contacts the company, and that must be the autumn recruitment. Right. They said they wanted to have business leaders give presentations at schools to prepare for the fall recruitment. In addition, they wanted to secure more places for the school and asked us how many universities we had prepared for recruitment. Every year's graduation season is also known as the unemployment season. Many graduates simply cannot find a good job, and the pressure on the school's employment office can be imagined. Putting aside the company reasons, as a member of Fuxing University, he naturally wants to make his alma mater better and better. When is the lecture? Tentatively scheduled for this Friday. Okay, I understand. I'll agree to it first. Today is Monday, and there is still some time before Friday, so there is no need to be too anxious. I wanted to hang up the phone, but Annie on the other end seemed to have something else to report. Anything else? The headhunters have found several suitable executives. When are you free? I can help you make an appointment. When Annie mentioned senior executives, Jiu Feng then remembered that there was such a thing. I nearly forgot. I have time this afternoon, can we make an appointment? Boss Jiu, these people are in the company. If you have time, you can come over now. In the company? Okay, I'll be there right away. Without time to get out of the car, Jiu Feng sent a text message to Liuli and drove straight to Yunding Technology. At this time, there were 3 men and 3 women in the president's office. Annie was leaning against the reception sofa, and the remaining 5 people were sitting on the sofa. Secretarian, I think the office environment of the company is average. Is it a newly established company? A formally dressed man asked, and from his tone, he seemed not to be very interested in the company. Mr. Wang, you don't know that the company has been established for many years, but it was only recently taken over by Mr. Jiu. Many years. He murmured softly and didn't ask any more questions. 20 minutes later, the brand new Maybach slowly arrived downstairs of the company. The security guard at the entrance of the building opened the gate directly without even asking what was going on. Chapter 87. The temple is too small to accommodate this huge Buddha. Get out of the car and close the door in one smooth motion. I took the elevator to the upstairs of the company, past the front desk, and went straight to my office. The moment the office door was pushed open, and on the 5 people sitting on the sofa all turned their heads. Seeing Jiu Feng, Annie hurried to Jiu Feng with the interview materials. Mr. Jiu, you are here. He spoke in a gentle tone and handed the interview materials to Jiu Feng. Mr. Jiu. Annie called Jiu Feng Mr. Jiu, and the 5 people who were originally sitting on the sofa hurriedly stood up one after another. Hello, Mr. Jiu tilde. Everyone's eyes were filled with shock. Looking at Jiu Feng's age, he was just a young man in his 20s. No one would have thought that he was the president of the company. Sorry, I'm late. Please take a seat. As Jiu Feng raised his hand, he looked at the 5 people in front of him one by one. He just glanced at the first 4, but when he saw the last woman, his expression was stunned. Among those who came for the interview, there was Yu Ilan. This world is full of coincidences. Same. Jiu Feng came in from the door. Yu Ilan couldn't believe her eyes. The magic city is so big, but she didn't expect such a coincidence to happen. Please take a seat first, and let's talk one by one. Annie, please make arrangements. We will discuss this in the conference room in 5 minutes. After saying that, Jiu Feng nodded to a few people, turned around and walked out of the office. Watching Jiu Feng leave, Yu Ilan said nothing. At this time, even if she knew him, she had to pretend not to know him, otherwise she would be suspected of seeking personal gain. When they arrived at the conference room, besides himself, there were also Liu Qi and Du Jingjing. Soon, Annie brought in the first person, who was Mr. Wang, who had asked about the company before. Wang. Mr. Wang, looking at your resume, you previously worked as a project manager in the technical department of Jufeng Technology Group. Can we ask you a few technical questions? Sure. Sitting on the chair, Wang looked unusually relaxed. Good. Although Liu Qi is just a student who is about to graduate, his knowledge of computer technology is so profound that even the most skilled technical people may not be able to surpass him. Wang answered 3 questions in a row fluently. It can be seen that the other party is definitely powerful. Not bad. Since you have led a project, you must have good management skills. Now let's talk about salary expectations. Liu Qi was ready to proceed to the next stage, but what he didn't expect was that Wang suddenly stood up, looked at Jiu Feng, and smiled faintly. I'm sorry, Mr. Jiu. I might not fit in well with your company. Out of courtesy, I insisted on completing the interview. As for the subsequent cooperation, forget it. The words were spoken very tactfully, but the general meaning was that the temple was too small to accommodate a huge Buddha like me. Oh, I see. Well, since Mr. Wang has made his decision, we can't force him. We can cooperate again if we have the chance in the future. Annie, please send Mr. Wang off. When looking for a job, in addition to salary, the size of the company also needs to be considered. He was not surprised at Wang's approach. If I were in his shoes, and had worked in a large company for many years and suddenly came to such a small company, I might not stay even if the salary was high. Given the bad economic environment, such small companies may go bankrupt one day. By then, the promised sky-high salaries will be nothing but empty promises. Next. Of the next two people interviewed, one had questionable abilities, and the other had the same idea as Wang, thinking that the company was too small. Only the last two people were left. Feng turned to look at Liuli and said with a wry smile, "Will no one be left? The first three are gone, and there is little hope for the last two." Before Liuli could respond to Feng, the fourth interviewee walked in. "Hello, Chen Jingyang. I looked at your resume and it seems like you had some entrepreneurial experience before, but it failed due to the economic downturn, is that right?" Du Jingjing held the resume and asked Chen Jingyang. The age written on his resume was 33, but he actually looked much older, especially the white hair on his forehead. No one would doubt that he was over 40. "Yes. I founded Jingyang Trading Company. At its peak, the company had already started preparing for financing and listing. Things change all the time. Eventually the company went bankrupt and I, the founder, was left with a huge debt." "A huge debt? How many are there?" Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. This Chen Jingyang is quite interesting. Before his rebirth, he had interviewed many people, from department managers to group executives, but this was the first time someone was willing to reveal his debt during an interview. You know, for most companies, they are absolutely unwilling to hire a person with huge debts as a senior executive. In addition to worrying about causing unnecessary trouble, there is also the worry about the company's financial security. More than 13 million. That's a lot. But Mr. Chen, you are very honest. You actually took the initiative to talk about the debt. He made no secret of his admiration. Just based on Chen Jingyang's entrepreneurial experience, he was definitely qualified for the position of Yunding's vice president. Facing Feng's compliments, Chen Jingyang just shook his head. "Mr. You are joking. Even if I don't tell you now, the next background check will reveal it. Wait until it's found out, wouldn't that be a waste of both of our time?" His tone was blunt. He was ready to turn around and leave. The companies he had interviewed before, even the newly established small companies, were unwilling to accept him. He was used to it. "Yes, even if you don't tell me, I will know it when the background check is done. I never doubt people I don't employ, and I never doubt people I employ. How about it, are you interested in coming to my place?" Vice President position, annual salary tentatively set at 1 million. A vice president's annual salary of 1 million is indeed not high in Shanghai, but Yunding is large enough, and if it can develop rapidly in the future, the salary will be readjusted. "Mr. Are you willing to hire me?" Chen Jingyang's face was solemn and he was nervous inside. The palms of his hands had begun to sweat. From bankruptcy to now, he has experienced pain that ordinary people can hardly imagine, and no one can understand this feeling. It is no exaggeration to say that if this kind of fall from heaven to hell happened to an ordinary person, he might be driven crazy or even commit suicide. "Yes, if you think it's okay with us, we can sign the contract right away." Apart from the shortcoming of bankruptcy and debt, Chen Jingyang has almost no shortcomings. He graduated from a prestigious financial graduate school, studied abroad for 2 years, and has management experience. Such talents are hard to find even with a lantern. "Mr. Thank you for your trust. I am willing to join the company and will definitely not let you down." He stood up with excitement on his face and bowed deeply to Feng. Giving timely assistance is far more heartwarming than adding icing on the cake. Feng agreed to let him join the company, which was not just a simple timely assistance, but a huge favor. Since he couldn't get a job at Yunding, he would have to continue looking for a job. Carrying a debt of more than 13 million, he may not be able to pay it off in his lifetime. Chapter 88. Are you jealous? Annie, take Mr. Chen to the Human Resources Department to join the company and invite the last interviewee over. In addition to Chen Jingyang, there is one last person. Annie took Chen Jingyang away, and after a while, Yu Ilan pushed the door open. He came to the chair and nodded to Feng and the others and said, "Hello, Mr. Both supervisors. Please sit down, we meet again." Feng raised his hand to motion Yu Ilan to sit down and smiled indifferently. "I didn't expect to meet Mr. again." Putting her hands in front of her, Yu Ilan responded simply. Before the other party came in, Feng, Liuli and others had already read Yu Ilan's resume. Overall, it was not bad, but her family background made them feel a little embarrassed. Chen Jingyang is in debt of more than 13 million yuan. According to his resume, the company where Yu Ilan previously worked also went through bankruptcy and restructuring. The most embarrassing thing is that the chairman of the bankrupt company is her husband. I have already taken a general look at the resume. To be honest, I don't know much about the Nantian group. Holding the resume, Du Jingjing began the routine interview, while Ji Feng and Liu Qi sat aside and watched quietly. About 10 minutes later, the interview ended. Compared with Chen Jingyang, Yu Ilan was undoubtedly inferior, but she was in charge of the public relations department of Nantian Group and had a strong ability to handle crisis issues. Ms. Yu, we already have a general understanding of your situation. Please wait in the lounge for 10 minutes. I will inform you of the interview result in 10 minutes. Ji Feng did not nod, and Du Jingjing did not dare to say whether she wanted to or not, so she could only let Yu Ilan leave first. After the other party left, Liu Qi and Du Jingjing both looked at Ji Feng. Mr. Ji, this Ms. Yu is indeed capable, but according to the background investigation report provided by the headhunter, her husband is also facing huge debts. According to the principle of family unity, Ms. Yu also has a share in these debts. You see, there were 5 people in total. The first 3 failed. Finally, there were 2 who were almost successful, but they all had huge debts. If you think about it carefully, it is indeed a headache. Liu Qi, what do you think? Sitting aside, Liu Qi thought for a moment and then responded, Mr. Ji, I think it should be possible. First of all, Sister Jingjing is in charge of the finances. Any major misappropriation of funds will go through her and then get your approval. Besides, didn't you just say that if you doubt someone, don't employ him? If you employ someone, don't doubt him. If we ask a headhunter to find someone again, it may be too late in such a short time. And there was a pause, as if he was about to say something. And what? Besides, our company is really small and not very attractive to some people with senior management qualifications. Although Liu Qi's words are rough, his logic is valid. In that case, notify everyone and let Annie arrange for Yu Ilan to join the company. I agreed readily. After the peak competition, there were other projects to start and I didn't have much time to spend on this. After getting Ji Feng's nod, Du Jingjing stood up to cooperate with Annie to arrange for the 2 people to join the company. The offices of the 2 vice presidents had already been prepared. If they could complete the joining procedures today, they could officially start work tomorrow. Following Du Jingjing out of the office and into the rest area, Yu Ilan was still waiting for the interview results. Ms. Yu, congratulations, the interview was successful. Oh, no, I should call you Mr. Yu. Standing up and listening to Du Jingjing's words, Yu Ilan's face was obviously filled with joy. Thank you, Manager Du, thank you, Manager Liu, thank you, Mr. Ji Tilder. Boss Yu, let Manager Du take you to the job. This Friday, Fuxing University will hold a promotional event to prepare for the autumn recruitment. Since you have experience managing a PR team, I'll leave this to you. You can ask Secretary and for the details. Liu Qi stood beside Ji Feng and couldn't help laughing. Boss Yu hasn't even completed the entry formalities yet, but you've already arranged a job for him. Har 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 tilde. After being teased by Liu Qi, Ji Feng raised his hand and touched his nose awkwardly. It seems that I am too anxious. I'm just letting you know in advance. There are still several days until Friday, so just remember it, Mr. Yu. Okay, Mr. Ji, I understand. He nodded in agreement and followed Du Jingjing to the Human Resources office. The tasks were almost completed, so I took the opportunity to go to the technical department with Liu Qi. When I felt there was nothing to do, I went downstairs and left. After getting in the car, he called Su Liuli first. When he learned that he was going back to school, Su Liuli immediately said that she would wait for him at the school gate. After driving for half an hour, the Maybach slowly stopped. He got out of the car, closed the door, and stood there, preparing to look for Su Liuli. Before he saw Su Liuli, 2 girls in the distance suddenly came to him. The weather is getting colder, but the 2 of them are dressed in a way that shows they are not afraid of the cold at all. She was wearing a black and white hip skirt, black stockings and high heels. She was about 1.6 meters tall, with bright eyes and long eyebrows. She had a smile on her face. Classmate, are you waiting for someone? The girl in the white hip skirt raised her hand to smooth her hair and gave Ji Feng a charming smile. The two people suddenly came in front of him, and Ji Feng couldn't help but frown. If his guess was correct, these two people should have come over to chat up. As for why they came over to chat up, it must be because of the brand new Maybach behind him. Luxury cars have always been popular at the school gate. Ji Feng. A cold and familiar voice sounded, and Su Liuli walked slowly towards them in casual clothes. She walked gracefully to Ji Feng's side with lotus steps, and took Ji Feng's arm very skillfully. She raised her eyebrows and glanced at the two people in front of her. Is there anything I can do for you too? Looking closely at that flawless and beautiful face, it's not hard to see that Su Liuli is a little jealous. It's okay, sorry to bother you. When they saw Su Liuli, the two girls felt a little embarrassed. After saying a few words, they turned and left. After waiting for the two to walk away, Su Liuli turned around and looked at Ji Feng beside her cutely. Does it look good? Not as pretty as you. Pulling his arm out and skillfully wrapping it around Su Liuli's waist, Ji Feng chuckled. Are you jealous? No, Tilda. I'm not jealous. Although her face was full of jealousy, Su Liuli still refused to admit it. Har har har, okay, can I chat a little more next time? You dare. He raised his head angrily, his eyes slightly condensed. Seeing that the situation was not good, Ji Feng retreated quickly to distance himself from Su Liuli. This little girl might want to grab the soft flesh on his waist again. I don't know how painful it would be if she were pinched again. Liuli, I was just joking. He raised his hands to beg for mercy. A real man should be able to bend and stretch, especially when facing his girlfriend. Facing Ji Feng's plea for mercy, Su Liuli glanced away with a proud look, but a smile unconsciously appeared at the corner of her mouth. Chapter 89, Classmate Ji No, Brother Ji Feng. If you cook tonight, I will forgive you. Standing there with a pair of straight slender legs, Su Liuli glanced at Ji Feng. Her pink little face was so adorable. No problem. Whatever you want to eat, I'll make it. I agreed readily. It's just cooking a meal, no big deal. Let's eat something simple, hot and sour shredded potatoes. Okay, spicy and sour potato shreds, let's go buy the ingredients. He strode with Su Liuli to a nearby supermarket, bought enough food, and then returned to the villa together. Wearing an apron, Ji Feng went into the kitchen to cook, while Su Liuli sat in the living room and turned on the TV. She originally wanted to go to the kitchen to help, but was rejected by Ji Feng and pushed out. 10 minutes later, the spicy and sour potato shreds were ready. While the main dish was not ready yet, a plate of cold shredded tofu was also prepared. Liuli, come and prepare to eat. How about trying it first? He picked up the chopsticks from the side, kept one pair for himself, and handed the other pair to Su Liuli. He took the chopsticks from Ji Feng's hand, picked up a few shredded potatoes, and put them in his mouth to taste them carefully. It's sour and spicy, very delicious. Try it. Okay, I'll try it. Ji Feng also picked up a piece of shredded potato with chopsticks and put it in his mouth, and nodded imperceptibly. You know what, after not cooking for such a long time, this spicy and sour shredded potato is really delicious. Yes, it is delicious. I'll go get 2 bowls of staple food. You just sit here and wait for me. At this time, Su Liuli was eating shredded potatoes with chopsticks in her hand, and she didn't have time to respond. He returned to the kitchen, scooped out 2 bowls of rice and went to the dining room. The two of them finished up the 2 simple side dishes in less than 10 minutes. Looking at the 2 empty plates in front of him with dull eyes, Ji Feng put down the bowl and chopsticks in his hands and looked at Su Liuli cautiously. Are you full? I'm full, Tilda. So full, Tilda. Sitting on a chair in the dining room, holding the dining table with one hand and touching her lower abdomen with the other hand. Before the meal, my belly was very flat, but now it has bulged into a small hill. Su Liuli was full. Ji Feng looked down at the half bowl of rice in his bowl, and then looked at the 2 empty plates in front of him. In the end, he had no choice but to finish the rice in his bowl. Wow, he had never realized before that Su Liuli, who has such a slim figure, can eat so much. He barely ate any of the 2 dishes. Have you eaten yet? Are you full? With her delicate features, dark and bright eyes, she looked at Ji Feng. No, I'm full. You go sit in the living room and watch TV. I'll clean up. He stood up, put the empty bowls and plates together, and then ran to the kitchen. Seeing this, Liuli picked up the tissue beside her and wiped the table clean, then walked into the living room and turned on the TV. After washing the dishes, Feng came to the living room. At this time, Liuli was sitting in the living room, watching the variety show on TV with a happy face. Just when the most exciting moment was about to begin, suddenly, an unexpected advertisement popped up. See the world, taste the life, the peak competition is waiting for you. Oh, an advertisement for peak competition. Sitting next to Liuli, Feng was confused. He didn't expect it to be such a coincidence that he could come across an advertisement for peak competition while just watching a variety show. The key point is that this advertisement was too sudden and not natural at all. What a blunt ad. Isn't it a bit embarrassing? Liuli turned to look at Feng. Hearing this, Feng could only smile and said, I'll ask them to redesign it tomorrow. Sitting together watching TV, Liuli put one hand on her leg and gently massaged it. She had walked a lot today and her calves were very sore and numb. When I worked part-time in a kindergarten, I could walk more than 20,000 steps a day without any problem. I don't know what's wrong with me now, but I feel extremely tired after just a little movement. Is your calf uncomfortable? Let me rub it for you. Sitting next to Liuli, Feng bent down and put her two slender legs on himself. Raise your hand and gently knead the other person's calf. R-tilde. She subconsciously let out a soft moan, and Feng had a strange expression on his face when he heard the sound. Liuli seemed to realize that there was something wrong with her voice just now. She turned her head with a blushing face and quickly turned her attention to the TV in the distance. They sat on the sofa watching TV until 10 o'clock. Feeling that it was about time, Liuli and Feng got up and walked towards the bedroom. After finding a bath towel in the closet, Liuli prepared to go to the bathroom to take a shower. Seeing this, Feng immediately prepared to follow in. However, before he could get close to the bathroom door, Liuli raised her hand to stop him. She blinked her beautiful eyes and closed the bathroom door the next second. Forehead. I originally wanted to take a bath together, but now it seems there is no hope. After taking a shower one after another, they lay on the bed and rested quietly. The classes on Tuesday and Wednesday were still very full, and Thursday came in the blink of an eye. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Feng, who had just finished class, was about to return to the dormitory. Before he walked out of the teaching building, Director Gao came towards him cheerfully, with a big belly and square steps. Student Feng, wait a moment. Can you spare a few minutes? The director wants to discuss something with you. Looking at Director Gao in front of him, for some reason, he suddenly felt that the other party was a little flattering. Director Gao, what do you want to talk to me about? It's actually nothing serious. It's not convenient to talk here. How about we go to my office to talk in detail? Okay. After all, he is the director of the Youth League Committee, so how could he not give him face? Feng readily agreed, and Director Gao happily took the initiative to lead the way. He went upstairs to the director's office, asked Feng to sit down, and poured him a glass of water. Student the director asked you to come here because he hopes you can do me a small favor. I heard from Teacher Liu that you are only willing to hold the empty title of vice president in the club. In fact, I understand that students like you who are simple and have excellent academic performance generally don't want to be disturbed by the mundane affairs of the club. While speaking, he also came to the sofa and sat down. Honest character? Excellent academic performance. Director Gao, you. He was dumbfounded. What was Director Gao doing? He was a director, but he was complimenting a student of his. Knowing that he has excellent academic performance after such a short period of time since he entered school, this ability of foresight is a bit too strong. Principal Lin asked me to manage the psychology club. The club now has 7,000 to 8,000 members. It's more than 10 times larger than the student union. I have arranged a lot of relevant management personnel, but it is very difficult to organize activities. Director Gao looked worried, but Feng seemed to understand something. Director, you don't want me to organize the event, do you? He paused inwardly. He and Liu Bo had talked about just having a nominal title, but now it seems that it will obviously not be that easy. Student no, brother Feng. It's not that complicated, you just need to come to a meeting and give a talk. Brother to be honest, I am a very honest person and I never flatter others. If I mess up the task assigned by Principal Lin this time, I will not be able to explain myself. If you help me this time, I'll owe you a favor. There was a bitter smile on his lips, his eyes were full of pleading, and he looked so aggrieved. In this state, he would be embarrassed to refuse, let alone the director, even an ordinary person. Chapter 90 Dimensional World. Director, could you be more specific? What exactly do you want me to do? I was too embarrassed to refuse, so I had to agree. Our principal once said, if you don't date in middle school, high school, or college, then what's the point of youth? So I plan to organize an event about campus romance, the main goal of which is to revitalize the university and some surrounding schools. Let everyone talk about their views on love, and find a few representative couples to give gifts to. Brother Gu, your mission is very simple. Just show up and say a few words when necessary. 99% of the people who joined the Psychology Society did so for Gu Feng's sake. If such a large event is held without the participation of Gu Feng, the vice president, the effect will definitely be greatly reduced. Okay, thank you, Brother Gu. I'll treat you to a meal when I have time. Director, you are too polite. If anyone wants to treat me to a meal, I should treat you. You are very busy, so I won't bother you. Everything that should be promised has been promised, and there is no need to stay in the office any longer. As soon as he left the office, Director Gao took out his cell phone and made a call. Hello. Teacher Liu, I've already taken care of it here. After all, he is a director, so he will definitely give me this little bit of face. Har, let's talk about it later. After a few hearty laughs, Director Gao hung up the phone. When I came out of the teaching building, it was almost 4:30. Liuli had classes scheduled today and a career guidance meeting in the evening, so she had no spare time at all. There was no way out. He now had only two choices. Either go back to the dormitory directly and have dinner with Jiangyu and others after 6 o'clock. Or you can take advantage of the only hour or so left to go to the company. He has not been to the company since Chen Jingyang and Yu Yilan joined the company. It is Annie who sends him the daily summary every day. Forget it, let's go to the company. The two vice presidents have been in the job for several days, but he, as the boss, has never visited them once, which is indeed a bit inappropriate. He walked out of the school quickly and drove his Maybach straight to Yunding Technology. Annie and others were not notified in advance. When Ji Yufeng arrived at the front desk, the lady in charge of registration looked surprised. Mr. Ji, please wait a moment. I will call sister and to pick you up. He quickly picked up the front desk phone and dialed it. In less than 2 minutes, Annie, dressed in a professional suit, trotted up to Ji Yufeng. The boss came over suddenly, and she, as a secretary, was also extremely surprised. Boss Ji, why are you here? I'm just passing by here. I came up to take a look if I have nothing to do. Where are Mr. Chen and Mr. Yu? Mr. Chen is in the office, and Mr. Yu is in the conference room. It just so happens that you are here. Mr. Chen has a few documents that I need you to take a look at. I have submitted several good projects. Mr. Chen thinks they are worth investing in. I would like to ask for your opinion. After Annie finished speaking, Ji Yufeng took a few steps forward. Let's go to Mr. Chen's office first. I took Annie to Mr. Chen's office and knocked on the door. A deep voice came from inside, come in. He put down the documents in his hand and looked up at the door. When Chen Jingyan saw Annie, his expression was normal. The next second, Ji Yufeng stepped in. Chen Jingyan's expression changed and he stood up quickly. Boss Ji, you're here. Please take a seat. He walked around the desk to the sofa and warmly invited Ji Yufeng to sit down first. Mr. Chen, you sit down too. I don't have anything to do, just came to take a look. Are you satisfied with the office? How was your work these past 2 days? If you need anything, you can tell Annie and the company will try its best to meet your needs. Out of habit, when I saw Chen Jingyan, I couldn't help but start being polite. Mr. Ji, I'm quite satisfied. With an awkward smile, Chen Jingyan said seriously. Mr. Chen, those projects. Annie stood behind Ji Yufeng and reminded him at the right time. Hearing this, Chen Jingyan remembered about those projects. He quickly stood up and took out 3 thick documents from the drawer. Mr. Ji, here are 3 project books. Please take a look. The first one is a game, submitted by Liuli, the head of the technical department. Dimensional World. After opening the project book and taking a detailed look at the contents, Feng was immediately immersed in it. After a full 20 minutes, he finished reading the entire project book, took a deep breath and said, Liuli is really a genius. The setting of this game is completely different from peak competition, but it is more attractive to me than peak competition. This project is okay. Mr. Chen, you will be responsible for following up from now on. While running the peak competition, you must also develop the dimensional world. Okay, Mr. Gu, I understand. Chen Jingyang agreed, and Feng continued to pick up the next two project books. One is about the development of solid-state batteries, and the other is a real estate project book, and the land is located in the suburbs of Shanghai. Mr. Gu, I specifically asked the project team to produce this solid-state battery project book. There will be a forum meeting on the solid-state battery project in half a month. The battery industry is an emerging industry, and this should be considered an opportunity for us. Chen Jingyang spoke his true feelings and expressed his thoughts truthfully, and finally decided to look at Feng himself. Both of these two project books are good. Since there will be a forum meeting in half a month, please notify me in advance. As for this piece of land in the suburbs, let's put it aside for now. With so many projects running at the same time, the company's funds may not be able to keep up. It's like biting off more than you can chew. It hasn't been long since peak competition was launched, and we have to develop the dimension world soon. In addition, there is the solid battery project in half a month. We really don't have the energy to do real estate. We chatted in the office for about an hour. It was almost 6 o'clock, and just as Feng was about to get up and leave, there was another knock on the door outside the office. Boss Boss Chen, Secretarian, I'm sorry, did I disturb you? Holding a stack of documents, Yu Ilan appeared at the office door. Boss Yu. Come in and sit down. Seeing that it was Yu Ilan, Chen Jingyang stood up again and asked the other party to sit down quickly. Thank you, Mr. Chen. Mr. Gu, I heard from the front desk that you were here, so I came here specifically to see you. The leader of the employment office of Fuxing University wants to meet with you. He has contacted me many times. Do you want to meet with him? If it was any other school, she would directly help Feng turn it down. But Fuxing University is different, it is the boss's alma mater. After thinking it over again and again, I still have to ask Feng's opinion. Chapter 91 Zhu Barge's sense of déjà vu. You want to see me? When? Feng sat up straight with a surprised expression. Why would the leader of the employment office suddenly want to see him? The leader over there said it depends on your time. Tomorrow is Friday, and I have classes in the morning. If we really have to meet, we can only arrange it in the afternoon. I have time tomorrow afternoon, Annie, please help me arrange it. Okay. Hearing Feng's order, Annie, who was standing behind the sofa, hurriedly agreed. After staying in the office for more than an hour, it was 6:30 in the afternoon. Most of the employees outside had already left work, and Feng also stood up and prepared to leave. The promotion of peak competition is still going on, and the data is growing well. Thank you, Mr. Chen, for keeping an eye on it. Don't worry, Mr. Gu. This is my job. Chen Jingyang stood up, and with the help of several people, Feng walked out of the company and came to the elevator. Take the elevator to the first floor and drive back to Fuxing University. Liuli was still in a meeting after dinner, so he had to return to the dormitory alone. Unexpectedly, Jiangyu, Xiaokai and Zhang Tianyu were all there. He was not surprised that Jiangyu and Xiaokai were in the dormitory, but it was a bit unexpected that Zhang Tianyu was also in the dormitory. Tainyo, what's going on? You didn't go with your girlfriend today. Standing under the bed, Feng looked at Zhang Tianyu, who was playing games on the bed with a smile. The three of them were holding their phones, obviously playing together. Feng, you're back. Forehead. You just saw it. After pushing the door open for a minute or two, Zhang Tianyu, Jiangyu and others so that they were too engrossed in playing a game. Junying went out shopping with some roommates. I came back because I had nothing to do. By the way, Feng, do you want to download a game and play with us? This game is so fun. Xiaokai looked up for a second without stopping his hands, but before he could finish his words, his eyes were fixed on the phone screen again. Is it so fun? I'll try it, too. Since he was free anyway, Feng got into bed and took out his mobile phone to find the app store to download Peak Competition. 10 minutes later, they logged in successfully and Jiangyu and his friends just finished a game. Come on, let's line up in 4. Feng, I'm here to invite you. Feng was invited to join us, and we started playing in 4 rows, from 7 in the evening until 9. During this time, Liuli called and told him that the career guidance meeting was over and that he would stay in the dormitory tonight, so he should go to bed early. After hanging up the phone, he continued to play games with Jiangyu and others. In a blink of an eye, it was 11 o'clock in the evening. Feng, who could not bear it any longer, prepared to go to bed. On the other hand, Jiangyu and the others looked as energetic as if they had been injected with chicken blood and were not sleepy at all. I say, I have classes tomorrow morning, how about we just come here tonight? Call. Well, I haven't had a good rest these past few days, so I'll go to bed early today. After Feng finished speaking, Jiangyu looked at the phone in front of him and decided to go to bed early. Only Zhang Tianyu and Xiaokai were left. There was no point in continuing playing, so they simply put down their phones and went to sleep together. In the blink of an eye, it was the next morning. Nothing special happened in the 2 classes in the morning. After class, everyone stood up and walked out of the classroom. When Feng, Jiangyu and others stood up and walked to the classroom door, they found that there were many people blocking the door. What's going on? What's going on up front? Being stuck in the classroom and unable to get out, Jiangyu stood on tiptoe and looked towards the door. After finally squeezing out of the door together, Feng followed everyone's gaze towards the corridor and immediately saw Liuli in the distance. Wow! Senior Su! There are so many beautiful women. If it was just Liuli, it wouldn't be so noticeable. Behind Liuli, there were several other people standing. Ning Yuyu from the Dance Academy, Lan Feier from the Finance Academy, Bai Yaxin from the Computer Academy, and Xie Yang from the Business Administration Academy. Forehead. Jiangyu opened his mouth wide when he suddenly saw so many beauties and his body stood still unconsciously. No wonder there is such a crowd outside the classroom. When she saw Feng, Liuli's eyes revealed a hint of joy, and she walked towards Feng with lotus steps. Seeing this, Xie Yang and the others behind him looked at each other and said, "That's Liuli's boyfriend." Wow, little boyfriend. Come on, let's go and take a look together. The flashy people followed Liuli closely. When they saw Feng, Liuli stared at her red face and said, "I'm going to have lunch with my friends at noon, and I'll host a job fair in the afternoon." Okay. Feng was stunned for a moment, then subconsciously nodded and said, "Okay." Behind Liuli, 7 or 8 pairs of sparkling eyes were staring at him. Even with his thick skin, he felt a little embarrassed. Little boyfriend. Hello. We're taking Liuli out to dinner, and she insisted on coming over to tell you in person. Xie Yang from the School of Business Administration trembled slightly. The word boyfriend made Jiangyu and others dumbfounded. My dear boyfriend, do you want to have dinner with us? No need to pay, it's our treat. Yes, it's our treat. Hee, our Liuli has really good taste. It would be great if I had a boyfriend like her. Chuckle tilde. Everyone was talking at once, and all eyes were on Feng. At this moment, he had a vague sense of déjà vu as if Zhu Barji fell into the Pansy cave. A love saint, he is indeed a love saint. Take a picture to commemorate it. While everyone was not paying attention, Jiangyu took out his cell phone and took a picture of Feng's back. Of course, Liuli and the group of senior students behind him were included in the picture. Okay, Xie Yang, you, stop teasing him. Feng, let's go eat first. I'll call you after the presentation. After whispering to Feng, he turned around and looked at Xie Yang and the others behind him. Let's go quickly, we still have to read the script in the afternoon. My little boyfriend. Bye. Goodbye, little boyfriend. Before leaving, one by one they raised their hands and waved to Feng. In this situation, Feng could only see them off with a smile. What else could he say? After Liuli and her group left, Feng was startled when he turned around. In addition to Jiangyu and a few others, there were a bunch of people standing in the corridor, all of them were students who had just finished class. Everyone's eyes fell on him, as if they were admiring a priceless treasure. Let's go eat. Patting Jiangyu, Xiao Kai and others on the shoulders, Ji Feng quickly left the corridor. If he continued to be stared at like this, he would really die in public. Ji Feng, awesome. Absolute. Really incredible. He raised his hand and gave Ji Feng a thumbs up. He never dreamed that he would see such a scene. A bunch of beauties surrounded a man, and the key point was that this man was his roommate. Not wanting to pay attention to Jiangyu's teasing, she followed the others to the restaurant to have lunch. Annie had already contacted the school leaders and would bring Chen Jingyang to school at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Chen Jingyang is responsible for the Yunding promotion, and as for Annie, she will accompany him to meet the leaders of the school's employment office. Chapter 92 100 Employment Positions. Ji Feng waited in the dormitory until almost 2 o'clock, then slowly walked to the school gate. After a while, an Audi appeared in front of the door. After verifying her identity, the security guard at the door decisively let her through to the school. Annie, who was sitting in the passenger seat, looked up and saw Ji Feng waiting on the side of the road. The car door was opened and getting out. Besides Annie, there were also Chen Jingyang and his assistant. Mr. Ji Tilder. Mr. Chen, please go to the venue first. Mr. Ji and I will go to meet the leader of the employment office of Fuxing University. Annie came behind Ji Feng and looked at Chen Jingyang. Good. Mr. Ji, I'll go to the venue first. Call me if you have anything. After saying that, Chen Jingyang got back into the car with his assistant, and Ji Feng and Annie walked to the administrative building where the employment office was located. They soon arrived outside the administrative building. The employment office was at the corner of the first floor, and the two came to the door of the office. The door was open and clear conversation could be heard from inside. Boom 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 tilde. Annie raised her hand and knocked on the door gently. After hearing the sound, the two people inside looked towards the door at the same time. Hello, we are from Yunding Technology, and we are here to see Principal Wang. Annie introduced herself, and when Vice President Wang, who was about 40 or 50 years old, heard that she was from Yunding Technology, he hurriedly stood up. So you are the distinguished guest from Yunding Technology. Come on, please come in. Principal Wang came to the door and greeted them enthusiastically. When he saw Annie, he didn't react much. But when he saw Ji Feng, his face was stunned. Ji, I met him in the conference room last time. I only remember his surname, Ji, but I really forgot his specific name. Principal Wang, my name is Ji Feng. Yes, classmate Ji Feng, why are you here? I'm sorry, Principal Wang, I forgot to introduce you. This is Mr. Ji, the president of Yunding Technology. Annie stood beside Ji Feng and took the initiative to introduce herself. Upon hearing this, Vice Principal Wang next to him opened his mouth slightly and was completely stunned. Principal, I'm the CEO of Yunding Tilder. The teacher behind him whispered a reminder, and after hearing the teacher's words, Principal Wang finally came to his senses. Student Ji Feng, oh, no, Mr. Ji, Secretarian, please come in. Har, there's a saying that goes, isn't it just like a flood that washed away the Dragon King Temple? Family members don't recognize each other anymore. If I had known that Mr. Ji was a member of our Fuxing University, I wouldn't have bothered with that much effort. I could have just come to you directly. Vice Principal Wang cheerfully invited Ji Feng and Annie to sit down, and personally went to the water dispenser to get 2 cups of warm water. Principal Wang, I'll be there. The principal personally handed over the water and Ji Feng quickly stood up to greet him. Boss Ji is so promising at such a young age, it really puts us to shame. It is a blessing for Fuxing University to have a student like Mr. Ji. With a smile on his face and full of flattery, Anne, who was standing next to him, could only suppress her smile and try to look away when she heard what he said. As for Ji Feng, of course he also felt uncomfortable all over. He had just been complimented by Director Gao, and now he was being complimented by the Vice President. He really felt a little overwhelmed. Principal, I heard from President Yu that you have contacted her many times. Do you want to talk to me about the autumn recruitment? He was not used to sitting here and wasting time. Since Principal Wang didn't say anything, he might as well take the initiative to ask. Yes, I did contact Mr. Yu many times. The middle of next year will be the graduation season. As the Vice President in charge of employment, I have to think more about the students who are about to graduate. To be honest, I have already met with the heads of the companies that are recruiting this fall. I don't have any special requests. I just want everyone to give our school more job openings. As he spoke, Vice Principal Wang sat aside and looked at Ji Feng. He learned from Yu Ilan that Yunding Technology had prepared more than 200 jobs this time. Recruitment on this scale even exceeds that of some large groups in Shanghai, so he contacted them again and again, hoping to get more places. Principal Wang, we understand what you mean. The rule set by our company is that the most capable people get the job. The recruitment and assessment standards are the same. As long as the students from our school are good enough, getting a job is basically not a problem. After Annie said this, Principal Wang couldn't help but smile bitterly. Secretarian, I understand what you mean. The key is that these students are all pretty much the same and have little work experience. If your company can reserve more places for our school, more students will be employed. Mr. Gu, brother Gu. Since you are also a member of our school, please give you more places. Calling him Mr. Gu doesn't seem very friendly. Principal Wang is indeed a man of temperament, so he just calls him brother Gu. Gu Feng couldn't help but be stunned. He once suspected that this Vice Principal Wang was a relative of Director Gao, as even their way of speaking was so similar. Principal, our Human Resources Department has prepared a recruitment quota of about 200 people. How about leaving 100 places for Fuxing University? 100 job openings. Brother Gu, are you serious? Vice President Wang was ecstatic as he was able to secure half of Yunding's employment quotas in one go. Really? Har 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 har. Brother Gu, we are still a family after all. I'm here to thank you on behalf of the children who are about to graduate. He picked up the water cup in front of him, then put it down again after he realized what was happening. It was such an easy thing to get 100 job vacancies. It was really a pleasant surprise. Brother Gu, the briefing will start soon. How about we go and listen to the briefing? The goal has been achieved, and there is no point in continuing to sit in the office and chat, so Principal Wang plans to take Gu Feng to the briefing session. Good. After hearing what Principal Wang said, Gu Feng and Annie stood up one after another. The teacher led the way, followed closely by Annie. Gu Feng and Principal Wang walked together, talking in low voices as they walked. The briefing session was held on the basement floor of the teaching building, and the large lecture hall could easily accommodate more than 1,000 people. In addition to this classroom, the doors of the other two classrooms were also open, and the podium in front was displayed on a large screen. The first 2 rows in the venue were seats for companies. When Principal Wang arrived, all the company representatives stood up one after another, including Chen Jingyang, who was sitting in the corner of a row. Teacher Zhao, are you ready? When does the seminar start? Principal Wang came to the podium and a tall and thin young teacher quickly came up to him. Everything is ready and we can start anytime. Okay, let's get started without further ado. Brother Gu, sit here with me. He pointed to the seat next to him. Originally, it was occupied by the teacher who had just come over. However, because of Gu Feng, the teacher and Annie had to sit at the back. Chapter 93 Seminar. The light shone on the podium, and Ning Yuyu, wearing a white evening dress, was the first to appear. Welcome all the business leaders to this seminar. On behalf of the leadership of Fuxing University, I welcome you all. As soon as he finished speaking, thunderous applause broke out in the conference hall. The briefing has officially begun. Please welcome Mr. Chen from Guofeng Group to the stage. Everyone, please welcome him. After Ning Yuyu finished speaking, a middle-aged man in a suit and tie stood up from the rightmost seat in the first row. He was wearing gold-rimmed glasses and looked very gentle. Guofeng Group. Gu Feng sat next to Principal Wang, muttering to himself. He actually knew about the Guofeng Group. It was a large, established group. Before his rebirth, he had met the chairman of the Guofeng Group, a white-haired old man, at a business party. Hello everyone, I am the Human Resources Director of Guofeng Group, my name is Chen Yu. I am very happy to receive the invitation from the school leaders. You may not know much about our group. Before introducing the positions and salary packages, let me first briefly introduce our Guofeng Group. The group was established in 1957, which means it has a history of almost 70 years. Chen Yu was on the stage holding the microphone and introducing himself, while pictures were scrolling on the big screen behind him. After 3 to 5 minutes, the group finished its introduction and began to focus on job openings. The group plans to recruit 20 outstanding graduates from Feng University, including positions in computer technology, design, logistics, finance, etc. The salary is generous, please take a look. The salary structure varies depending on the position, but overall, the treatment is very good. After all, it is a listed group. The minimum salary is 8,000 yuan, and the same applies to fresh interns. There are 10 days of paid vacation every year, and all kinds of subsidies are provided. If you are interested, you can submit your resume during the autumn recruitment. We will arrange an interview within 3 days. After nearly 10 minutes of speaking, Chen Yu put down the microphone and walked down from the podium. A listed company. It is said that the interviews of listed companies are extremely strict. In addition to the initial interview, there is also a final interview. It would be great if I could successfully join the company. What are you thinking? They are only recruiting 20 people. Do you know how many graduates there are in our class? Including the graduate school, there are thousands of people in total. Thousands of people are competing for 20 places. Unless you are blessed by your mother, it is simply wishful thinking. Inside the meeting room, students were talking to each other. It was obvious that everyone was very interested in Guofeng Group, but since it was a listed group, it was extremely difficult to successfully join the company. Behind Guofeng Group, it was still the listed companies that came on stage to give presentations. It's just that the number of people recruited is getting smaller and smaller. During the event, Liuli appeared once in a black long dress. After seeing Feng in the audience, Liuli's expression was obviously surprised. 5 or 6 listed companies finished their presentations, followed by some small and medium-sized enterprises. An hour later, Liuli, wearing a black dress, walked to the stage and said, "Please welcome Mr. Chen from Yunding Technology to the stage." Everyone is welcome. After announcing its completion, she glanced at Feng with her beautiful eyes, blinked playfully, and then turned and left. "Oh, tease me tilde." He raised his hand and touched the tip of his nose. Liuli, this little girl, dared to wink at him in front of so many people. Soon, Chen Jingyan strode to the podium. I picked up the microphone, said hello to everyone briefly, and then began to introduce the company. Yunding Technology is a technology company. Although it was established relatively recently, the company has developed rapidly. Recently, a game we developed, Peak Competition, has been launched. Students who love playing games have more or less known about it. There is not much to introduce, I can only introduce the projects that the company has developed. This Yunding Technology is actually the company that developed the Peak Competition. Damn, if I can successfully join the company, can I be rewarded with a few limited edition skins? You have a nice idea, kid. Many people have never heard of Yunding Technology, but when it comes to Peak Competition, everyone becomes interested. The company will be expanding on a large scale and will need more people. Feng University has about 100 recruitment quotas, mainly in software development, design, finance, business administration and other majors. What? 100 people? Chen Jingyang announced that he would recruit 100 people at Feng University, which caused an uproar in the conference hall. The companies mentioned above only recruited 30 to 40 people at most, but Yunding Technology actually wanted to recruit 100 people. Students, if you are interested, you can submit your resume when the autumn recruitment begins. We will conduct interviews within 1 day. There will only be one interview. Whether you can be successfully hired will be notified on site. Next, I will introduce the salary and benefits that everyone is most concerned about. Although Yunding Technology is just a small company, its salary and benefits are even better than those of listed companies. Brother Gu, your company's treatment is good. Even I am tempted. Har har har. Sitting next to Feng, Vice President Wang chuckled. To be honest, the salary and benefits of Yunding Technology were indeed a little beyond his expectations. The salary and benefits are okay. The company is developing. If the salary and benefits are better, everyone will work harder. After all, as someone who has managed a large group, he knows very well how much of a motivation better salary and benefits can be for employees. It is simply wishful thinking to make big promises every day and expect employees to work hard without complaint. Chen Jingyang announced the salary packages on the stage, and the students below were all excited. Compared with those listed groups, Small and medium-sized companies like Yunding Technology are obviously easier to get a job. Not only are the salaries and benefits similar, but they also recruit a lot of people. It's just too perfect. In less than 5 minutes, Chen Jingyang put down the microphone and walked down from the podium. Later, a series of heads of small companies came to the stage. Compared with the previous listed companies and Yunding Technology, the welfare benefits of these small companies were much worse. The briefing lasted from the afternoon until the evening. At 6:30, when the head of the last advertising company finished his speech, the briefing finally ended. Brother Jiyu, do you have time tonight? I'll treat you to dinner. You provided 100 employment opportunities for our school. I have to thank you very much. Principal Wang, you're welcome. But I may not be available tonight. I'll treat you to dinner tomorrow. I have to accompany Su Liuli home tomorrow, so I have to go back early tonight to pack up, so I really don't have much time. Okay, in that case, let's make an appointment another day. Okay. After nodding in agreement and exchanging a few words of greeting, Principal Wang turned and left. Everyone left one after another. Annie and Chen Jingyang also came to Jiyu Feng. As they were about to walk out of the classroom, a familiar voice suddenly came from a distance. Sorry, we don't have time. Their voice was unusually cold and seemed to carry a hint of displeasure. Following the source of the sound, I saw Su Liuli and Ning Yu standing together in the distance, and in front of them stood a middle-aged fat man. He was fat, with a bald forehead, holding a business card in his hand and looking at Su Liuli and the others with a pig-like face. Seeing this, Jiyu Feng's eyes fixed. With a blank expression on his face, he strode straight towards Su Liuli. Chapter 94. I can kill you with money. Classmate, it doesn't matter if you don't have time to eat in the evening. I just happen to be in need of a secretary. Would you like to consider it? Holding a business card in his hand, he handed it to Su Liuli with a flattering smile. Feeling the other party's obsessed eyes, Su Liuli, Ning Yu and others only felt sick in their hearts. Not interested. Su Liuli responded coldly and was about to walk around the other person and leave the classroom, but she didn't expect the other person to be so thick-skinned and blocked her way again. Classmate, this is a rare opportunity. If you pretend to be reserved now, it may not work if you come to me crying after you leave school. His lustful eyes glanced back and forth between Su Liuli, Ning Yu and the others. If the other party was not a guest invited by the school, they would all want to slap him twice. The autumn recruitment hasn't even started yet, and you're already so eager to snatch someone away. Boss Lu. With a sneer on his face, Jiyu Feng walked straight to Su Liuli. Jiyu Feng suddenly appeared. Su Liuli stood there blankly, looking at Jiyu Feng who was standing in front of her. The next second, her eyes were filled with tenderness. My little boyfriend is here Tilder. Jiyu Feng suddenly appeared in front of them, and Ning Yu and the others couldn't help but look delighted. A young man suddenly appeared in front of him. Lu Ji looked a little unhappy. Who are you? I'm her boyfriend, Mr. Lu. Are you sure you are qualified to let my girlfriend be your secretary? His tone was calm, but one could tell from his eyes that Jiyu Feng was quite angry. Su Liuli holds an extremely important position in his heart. He always holds her in his hands. How could he tolerate others bullying her? Boy, you say I'm not qualified. Har har har. I can kill you with money, do you believe it? As soon as Lu Ji finished speaking, Annie and Chen Jingyang came to Jiyu Feng one after another. Boss Lu. Be careful with your words. This is our CEO Jiyu. Annie's face looked grim. The guy in front of her actually said that he wanted to use money to attack his boss. He must have been kicked in the head by a donkey. Annie Shu, Mr. Chen. Wait. Mr. Jiyu. Are you Mr. Jiyu? The ugliness on his face turned into surprise, and he looked at Jiyu Feng in shock. He didn't expect that the young man in front of him was the boss of Yunding Technology. You have to know that your own company, Time, has a multi-million-dollar cooperation with Yunding Technology, and they are the party A. He just said that he would smash Jiyu Feng to death, but in less than 2 seconds, his attitude changed 180 degrees. I'm sorry, Mr. Jiyu, I didn't recognize you. Sorry, Tilder. He changed his previous tough attitude and quickly raised his hand to apologize to Jiyu Feng. Liuli, let's go. Even though the other party apologized, Jiyu Feng didn't even look at him. He turned around and left with Su Liuli and a group of people. Annie, is this Mr. Liu from Time Advertising? Holding Su Liuli's hand and walking out of the classroom, Jiu Feng turned to look at Annie. Annie had never seen her boss angry before, and she was a little nervous at this moment. She put her hands in front of her, frowned slightly and said, "Yes, Mr. Jiu. I've seen the ads on variety shows, and the design is very abrupt. This advertising company has limited capabilities. Let's terminate the contract." He said this coldly and left with Su Liuli. Watching Jiu Feng and Su Liuli go away, Ning Yuyu, Lan Feier and the others stood there hesitantly. Little boyfriend, domineering president. Sure enough, the plots in the novel are all based on reality. After muttering to themselves, several people left one after another. Jiu Feng's words were still echoing in his ears. Chen Jingyang turned to look at Annie. "Secretary, if we withdraw the advertising investment now, we may suffer a great loss." President Jiu. "Mr. Chen, Mr. Jiu, we will do as you say. This time advertising is indeed mediocre and cannot handle the task." After saying this, without giving Chen Jingyang a chance to continue speaking, Annie walked straight towards the car. Su Liuli was taken away by Jiu Feng, and followed quietly beside him, glancing at Jiu Feng from time to time with her beautiful eyes. "If you want to look, just look openly. Why are you staring at me?" I didn't peek, I was always above board, okay. I didn't expect that Jiu Feng would notice me, but since he noticed me, I might as well just watch it openly. "Were you angry just now?" "A little bit, Tilder." "Well, there's no need to get angry with that kind of person. I'll cook for you tonight. What do you want to eat?" "Can I eat anything?" He looked at Su Liuli with a smile, a hint of teasing in his eyes. "Of course, anything is fine." She nodded slightly. She can cook many dishes. As long as the dish can be named, she can basically make it. "Okay, then I want to eat you." Jiu Feng spoke seriously, and Su Liuli blushed. "Humph, you are not serious every day." With a light snort, she ignored Jiu Feng and walked out of the school with lotus steps. After buying the ingredients and having dinner in the evening, the two went to bed early as they had to go home early the next morning. The next morning, after loading all the prepared things into the car, Jiu Feng took Su Liuli and prepared to set off. The distance is not very far, it takes about 3 hours to drive. Longhai City, Xingfu Village. According to the place names provided by Su Liuli, Jiu Feng set up the navigation, and the two got in the car and left together. It was 9 o'clock in the morning. Inside the Shiguang Advertising Company, President Liu Dao sat in the conference room without saying a word. There were many people sitting on both sides of the room, and they were all silent as well. "I want to know what this is all about. Can someone explain this to me? Why would Yunding Technology suspend cooperation for no reason?" His voice was cold, and anyone could hear the anger in his heart. Millions of contracts were suspended at any time, which was definitely a huge loss for small companies like these. "Mr. Liu, I sent someone to Yunding to ask, and they said that the advertisement we designed does not meet the requirements, and we need to find another advertising company to design it." The assistant beside him spoke in a low voice, his tone very cautious. Mr. Liu was very angry right now, and was afraid that he would get into trouble by accident. "Not meeting the requirements. If it doesn't meet the requirements, just revise it. Why do you want to suspend cooperation suddenly? After all, you have been managing the company for so many years, how could you not see that the main reason for the suspension of cooperation could not be due to advertising quality issues?" Sitting next to Liu Dao in the conference room, Lu Ji was already in a state of confusion. Looking down at the documents in front of him, sweat broke out on his forehead and palms. Others don't know the reason, but he knows that if he hadn't offended Jiu Feng yesterday afternoon, the company's advertising contract would not have been terminated. Chapter 95, Suspension for 3 months. "Boss Liu, please contact Secretary and of Yunding Technology now. I just want to know why this is happening." Unable to suppress his inner anger, he raised his hand and slammed the table hard, making such a loud noise that everyone in the conference room trembled with fear. "Mr. Liu, this..." Lu Ji had a painful look on his face. If he were to contact Annie now, that would be courting death. Seeing Lu Ji's tangled face, Liu Dao said coldly, "What's wrong? Is it inconvenient to contact?" No, it's not, Mr. Liu. What I mean is that since they have already decided to terminate the contract, it's probably useless for us to contact them again. If you have this much time, you might as well attract more business. There was no way he could make this call today. A contract worth millions is gone just like that. I have to find out why. I am not willing to give up. Liu Dao insisted in his heart. Noticing Lu Ji's strangeness, his eyes turned cold and he asked, Boss Liu, Yunding Technologies suddenly stopped cooperation. Do you know something? You went to Fuxing University to attend a presentation yesterday. Did you meet the leaders of Yunding Technology? As soon as these words were spoken, Lu Ji shuddered immediately, hesitated for a while, and raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead. Yes. Who have you met? Liu Dao continued to ask, and Lu Ji could only bite the bullet and reply, I have met Mr. Chen and Secretary and Tilder. Secretary and is Mr. Gu's secretary. Why would she attend the briefing? Could it be that Mr. Jiyu is there too? When mentioning Jiyu Feng, the corners of Lu Ji's mouth twitched twice, and his face looked uglier than if he had eaten shit. Lu Ji was busy wiping his sweat and didn't respond for a long time. Liu Dao couldn't hold back his temper and immediately asked again, Boss Liu, what's going on? Can you give me an explanation? Mr. Liu, When the words came to his lips, he really didn't know how to explain it. Could he just tell Liu Dao directly that the company suffered losses because he harassed someone else's girlfriend? After saying this in front of so many people, not only would Liu Dao not deal with him, he himself would not be able to face the shame to continue staying in the company. Call. You won't say it, right? Call Xiaozhong in. The Xiaozhong that Liu Dao mentioned is Lu Ji's assistant. She went to Fuxing University with Lu Ji to attend the briefing yesterday. She must know what happened. Seeing this, Lu Ji was extremely anxious and hurriedly said, Wait a minute. Boss Liu, I just had some misunderstandings with Boss Jiyu yesterday. I didn't expect him to suspend cooperation with our company. Give me a chance, and I'll personally apologize. I'm sure I can restore our cooperation. The words were very firm, but the people present had brains after all. Since Yunding Technology had suspended the cooperation, it would never go back on its word easily. Lu Ji's words were just to delay some time. Boss Liu, it's not that I don't trust you, it's just that this cooperation is too important to us. I want to know, what misunderstandings exist between you and Mr. Jiyu that would make him go to such great lengths to cancel the cooperation? Liu Dao spoke righteously, with an attitude of getting to the bottom of things. Lu Ji has been in the position of vice president for many years. Not only has he cultivated his own confidence, but sometimes he even doesn't take the words of the president to heart. For Liu Dao, this opportunity is a good time to strike a blow to the opponent. I wanted to use this seminar to find a secretary, but I didn't expect that the other party turned out to be Mr. Gu's girlfriend. There are many misunderstandings here. You should know that the other party is from our party A. I would never dare to provoke him. Lu Ji had a gloomy face. After all, he was the vice president of the company. At this moment, he felt completely embarrassed. Secretary. Boss Liu, you really opened my eyes. You want to find a secretary, but you don't go to the HR department. You have to find one yourself, right? So, you can take the position of head of the HR department. Liu Dao laughed sarcastically. When the head of the HR department in the distance heard this, he trembled all over and his face became tense. My goodness, the head of the HR department asked Lu Ji to take over. What should he do as a supervisor? Will he be demoted? Since there is a reason for this, Mr. Liu must also bear the responsibility. From today on, Lu Ji will be fired from his position as vice president and suspended for 3 months. When Liu Dao said this, everyone in the conference room stared at each other in amazement. Lu Ji couldn't even believe his ears and looked at Liu Dao in disbelief. Boss Liu, I have worked diligently for so many years, and you want to dismiss me for such a small matter. I don't accept it. His face turned pale. He never thought that Liu Dao would take this opportunity to get him out. A small matter. Lu Ji, the company is so small, and a contract worth millions of dollars can be cancelled at any time. Do you think it's a small matter? Besides, I didn't say I was dismissed, I just temporarily suspended him for 3 months. After March, your position will be reassigned. As for which department you will be assigned to, we will discuss it later. The meeting is adjourned. Without giving Lu Ji a chance to continue speaking, Liu Dao stood up and walked out of the meeting room. Seeing this, everyone stood up and left one by one while talking in low voices. In a blink of an eye, Liuli was the only one left in the huge conference room. He slumped in his chair, feeling extremely annoyed. If he had known it would be like this, he would never have attended any seminar, let alone taken the initiative to provoke those girls. But it's too late to say anything now. On the Magic City Ring Expressway, Feng drove fast following the navigation. Liuli, who was sitting in the passenger seat, was holding a stuffed toy in her soft arms, looking out the window with gentle eyes. This is the first time she has gone back since the start of school. She is happy but also a little scared. I was happy because I could go home and see my grandfather soon, but I was scared because of the baby in my belly. Liuli beside him was concentrating on driving, and she said nothing. Feng did not take the initiative to interrupt her. 2 hours later, we entered Longhai City. The destination is less than an hour's drive away. Liuli, would you like some water? Before getting in the car, I deliberately put some warm water in a thermos so that Liuli could drink it on the road. Taking his eyes away from the window, Liuli shook his head slightly. I'm not thirsty. Would you like some? I'll give you a drink. Thinking that Feng wanted to drink, he raised his hand to pick up the thermos cup in front of him and pretended to hand it to Feng's mouth. No, I'm not thirsty either. You haven't said anything yet. Are you worried that Grandpa will blame you? Don't worry, I'll take care of everything. I'm ready for everything. I'll accept any beatings or scoldings from Grandpa. Just don't get yourself maimed. Don't get me wrong, I'm not worried about my own health. I'm just worried that it will be inconvenient for me to take care of you and your daughter if I become disabled. Looking straight ahead and glancing at Liuli out of the corner of his eye, Feng said with a laugh. She had a serious look on her face, but after hearing Feng's teasing words, Liuli's beautiful eyes curved into crescents and she immediately covered her mouth and chuckled. Really? Then I have to tell Grandpa in advance and let him teach you a lesson. Chapter 96, What a handsome guy. Tilting her head and making a playful expression, Liuli giggled happily. When Feng heard this, his lips curled up bitterly and his face turned green. No, I'm counting on you to speak for me. Girl, not only did you not ask for mercy, but you actually wanted to add fuel to the fire. If you really mess me up, you'll have to remain a widow. Seeing that Liuli's mood had improved a lot, Feng continued to joke with her while driving. Half an hour later, they were getting closer to their destination. Liuli took out her cell phone and wanted to call her grandfather in advance, but no one answered the call after she dialed the number. Strange, why didn't Grandpa answer the phone? A hint of doubt flashed across her delicate eyes, and she pressed the replay button after hanging up the phone. Beep beep tilde. 10 seconds later, a familiar voice came from the other end of the phone again. Hello, the number you dialed is currently unanswered. Please call again later. Liuli was sitting in the passenger seat and made 3 calls in succession. Feng couldn't help but ask, Grandpa won't answer the phone. Did you tell the old man we were coming back before you left? I did. I told you the day before. It's just that I always arrive in the afternoon by train, and Grandpa thought I arrived in the afternoon and didn't bring my phone with me when I went out. It was difficult to explain clearly to Grandpa over the phone, so he just said that he would bring Feng over with him, and didn't say anything else. It's okay. We're almost at the village. Let's go home and check. Maybe Grandpa didn't hear it. It is common for elderly people to not be able to hear mobile phone ringtones due to poor hearing. Okay tilde. My eyes stayed on the phone for a few seconds, and then I put it back into my bag. After getting off the highway, the road in front of me turned into a country road without me noticing, and the environment became more and more familiar. 20 minutes later, the car finally entered Xingfu village. What a big village! There stood a huge archway in front of us, with 3 characters clearly written on it, Happy Village. Xingfu village is also called Xingfu Town. It belongs to a township, so it is much larger than an ordinary village. Let's go in from here and walk all the way to the end, and that's where my house is. The road ahead is not easy to walk on, please be careful. Liuli whispered to remind them that it was about 2 or 3 kilometers from here to home, and there was only a one-way street, so it was quite difficult to pass other cars. With a simple nod, Feng continued driving forward. He was still somewhat confident in his Feng's driving skills. After a minute or two, the car slowly stopped, and an agricultural tractor came slowly towards us from the opposite side, emitting black smoke. Huh, Liuli, we can only go back. I was driving forward with full confidence just now, but I didn't expect to be taught a lesson so soon. The road is so wide that a tractor basically takes up the entire road, making it impossible to pass other cars. Wait a minute, don't be in a hurry. Just as he was about to reverse, Liuli raised her hand to stop him. I watched the tractor getting closer and closer, but who would have thought that the next second, it would turn straight into the field next to it. Let's go, Tilder. Her beautiful eyes blinked as she looked at Feng. After hearing Liuli's words, Feng shifted the car back into the forward gear. We walked forward and finally stopped in front of a square. The car stopped steadily. Not far away, there were a group of old men and women sitting, gathered in twos and threes, basking in the sun and chatting, looking very comfortable. Huh! That looks like glass. Liuli? Is it Liuli? Is this girl back? It seems to be true. Let's go and have a look. A group of old men and women who were eating melon seeds and chatting in the corner surrounded Liuli and Feng when they saw them get off the car. Grandma Wang, Aunt Liu, Aunt Zhang, Uncle Zhao, Uncle Bai. With so many people suddenly appearing in front of her, even Liuli, who grew up here, was a little overwhelmed, not to mention Feng who was standing stupidly beside her. At this moment, he could only stand there awkwardly, smiling awkwardly to everyone in a very stiff manner. Liuli, is this your boyfriend? What a handsome young man. Oh, our Liuli has grown up and has found a boyfriend, Tilder. When are you getting married? Tell Aunt Zhang in advance when you get married, and she will help you with the arrangements. I heard that Liu Chun's daughter-in-law has given birth to a big fat boy who looks quite cute. Looking at Liuli's appearance, the baby she gives birth to will definitely be good looking. Young man, where are you from? Hey boy, what kind of car is this? It looks longer than my Alto. Is this car expensive? How old are you, young man? Percent. One question after another, he felt his head buzzing and had no idea which one to answer first. Fortunately, Liuli came to the rescue in time at the critical moment. Grandma Wang, Aunt Zhang, Auntie, Grandpa is still waiting for us at home. Let's go home first. I'll come out and chat with you guys later. Oh, that's not right. Liuli, I just saw your grandfather. He went to the pig farm in the back mountain. He said there was some work to be done. Uncle Zhao, wearing his coat, raised his hand and pointed to the back mountain. After hearing that her grandfather was not at home, Liuli paused and turned to look at Feng. Put the things at home first, and then we'll drive to the back mountain to take a look. Good. He took out the prepared gifts from the trunk one by one, said a simple hello to everyone, and followed Liuli's footsteps up the path. This is the village leisure square. You have to walk along the path for about 100 or 200 meters to get home. The surrounding houses are all old, and the alleys are narrow, so it is generally difficult for cars to drive in. Carrying the things, he came to an old house. The gate was locked. Putting down the things in his hands, Liuli stood on tiptoe and groped under the eaves. After a moment, he actually took out 2 keys from it. Grandpa is old and his memory is not good, so I'll leave 2 keys here, just in case. As he spoke, he opened the gate. The small and exquisite courtyard is kept very clean and tidy, and has a strong historical atmosphere. The yard is rather shabby, let's put our things here. The house was a bit dilapidated. Liuli looked at Feng cautiously. Seeing that he didn't seem disgusted, she felt a little relieved. Grandpa is at the pig farm in the back mountain. Shall we go and see him together? Okay. I have never seen what a rural pig farm looks like in my life, so I took this opportunity to go and see it with Liuli. Chapter 97, Slaughtering a Pig, Not Me. After putting my things away, I walked out of the yard and returned to the square. He started the car and drove towards the pig farm in the back mountain according to Liuli's instructions. Liuli, how many pigs are there in the pig farm? Sitting in the driving seat with one hand on the steering wheel, Feng chatted casually. Well, I don't know the exact number, but there should be several hundred. The pig farm is owned by the village collectively. Everyone goes there to check it out when they have nothing to do. Before the new year, in addition to the pigs sold, some pork is distributed to each household. Liuli explained from the passenger seat, and Feng listened while driving seriously. After a while, the car arrived at the pig farm. The environment is surrounded by mountains and water, so I thought it would be smelly, but unexpectedly there was no smell at all. The car stopped outside the pig farm's archway, and Jiu Feng and Su Liuli got out and went in. What a strange pig farm, why is there no smell at all? The pigs here are all wild boars. All the pigs are active in the mountains, including the mountains over there and here. It's a large area, so there's basically no smell. The slender fingers pointed to the two towering mountains in front of them. No wonder there was no smell at all for hundreds of pigs here. The breeding area was too large. Following Suliuli's steps into the pig farm, I met an old man after a while. He was wearing a grey work suit and holding a shovel in his hand. When he saw Su Liuli and Jiu Feng, the old man rubbed his eyes subconsciously, seeming a little unbelievable. Liuli girl. Grandpa Bai, you are here. Oh, it's really Liuli girl, little girl, I haven't seen you for a long time. Didn't your grandpa say you would be back in the afternoon? Why are you back in the morning? After confirming that it was Su Liuli, Mr. Bai hurried over, smiling happily and enthusiastically. I came back early. Grandpa Bai, where is my grandpa? Your grandfather is in the breeding room. Come on, I'll take you to find him. As he spoke, he put down the shovel in his hand and took the initiative to take Su Liuli and Jiu Feng to the breeding room not far away. Liuli, is this guy your boyfriend? The young man is good and energetic. Our Liuli has good taste. Old Master Bai looked at Jiu Feng, a smile on his old face, and couldn't help but praise him. Hello, Grandpa Bai Tilder. My name is Jiu Feng Tilder. Jiu Feng. Har har har, not bad, the name sounds nice too. As for this young man, your grandfather is 100% satisfied. Having watched Su Liuli grow up since she was a child, Mr. Bai has already regarded her as a family member in his heart. Seeing this girl coming back with her boyfriend, Mr. Bai was also very excited. 2 minutes later, I followed Mr. Bai into the breeding room. There were only 3 people in the entire breeding room, 2 middle-aged men and an elderly man. The 3 men were holding a piglet under them, the old man had his back to the door, and the entire breeding room was filled with the piglet's screams. No need to guess, the elderly man must be Grandpa. While the 3 were busy, Jiu Feng and the others stood there quietly waiting, not taking the initiative to disturb them. Grandpa Bai, what are you doing? With the piglet's hysterical screams ringing in his ears, Jiu Feng looked at old man Bai beside him with a puzzled look. Young man, this is slaughtering a pig. Slaughtering a pig. What is pig castration? I grew up in the imperial capital, but I have never heard of the term pig castration. Jiu Feng continued to ask, and Mr. Bai just burst into laughter. Seeing this, Su Liuli, who was standing next to him, carefully raised her hand and pulled the corner of Jiu Feng's clothes. The meaning is very clear, don't keep asking questions. Young man, you grew up in the city, so maybe it's normal for you to slaughter pigs. The so-called pig castration is actually a castration operation, which is the same as the castration of eunuchs in ancient times. The pigs we raise in our village now are mostly male piglets, and these male pigs will go into heat once they reach adulthood. If we don't castrate the pigs, they will be full of energy and do whatever they want every day, and they won't grow any meat. After Mr. Bai finished explaining, Jiu Feng silently looked at his grandfather who had his back to him. Along with the howling of the piglets, the 2 round things were thrown aside. Hiss! Such a skillful technique made Jiu Feng tremble all over. While showing bitterness on his face, his little heart was beating wildly. He was really in trouble today. The old man actually knew how to castrate a pig. If he got too angry and pushed himself to the ground, the consequences would be unimaginable. What are you daydreaming about? You're not scared anymore, are you? He looked at Jiu Feng with a strange expression, and he seemed very nervous. Staring at the 2 bloody balls in the distance, Jiu Feng swallowed his saliva carefully. No, it's just pig slaughtering. Why would I be scared? It's not me being slaughtered. Puff cluck tilder. Jiu Feng's serious words immediately broke Su Liuli's defense. After laughing for about 10 seconds, he continued, you are in trouble. If you make Grandpa angry, be careful that he will really treat you like a piglet. She raised her delicate hand and made a slashing motion with the knife. You know what, just this one action made Jiu Feng feel a chill down his spine. After all, if it weren't for that thing, Su Liuli wouldn't have been pregnant. If the old man was really mad, she might do anything. Girl, why are you back now? Letting go of the little piglet under him, Grandpa took off his gloves and walked towards Jiu Feng and Su Liuli. The little pig, having lost his masculinity, was turning around anxiously on the ground, seemingly still not recovering from the shock. This is. His hair is slightly grey, and although his face is covered with wrinkles, the old man looks energetic. Grandpa, this is Jiu Feng, I told you on the phone tilde. With her hands clasped together, Su Liuli spoke in a very low voice. It was the first time she brought her boyfriend back to meet her family, and she felt a little shy. The old man opposite heard this and hurriedly asked with a smile, "Hello, young man. Are you tired from the journey? Grandpa will be busy here for a while, why don't you two go home and rest first? From now on, my grandfather's attitude is pretty good, but I don't know if he can maintain it in the future. Grandpa, I'm not tired. You are still busy, do you want me to help? No, we can do it by ourselves. If you and Liuli don't want to go home, you can sit here for a while." How could he let his future grandson-in-law do a job like slaughtering pigs? Su Jingxiang waved his hand to refuse without hesitation. Lao Su, if the kid is willing to help, just let him go and help. It's boring to just sit here and wait. Xiao Jiu, Grandpa Bai will take you to change your clothes. I told you that catching piglets is really fun. Liuli, didn't you love catching piglets when you were a kid? Do you want to join us? It wasn't enough to just take Jiu Feng to catch the piglets, Mr. Bai also wanted to take Su Liuli along. Grandpa Bai, Liuli felt a little carsick on their way back, so let her wait here. Jiu Feng hurriedly spoke up to smooth things over. She said that since she was pregnant, she didn't dare to do any strenuous exercise, let alone catch piglets. Chapter 98, Little Piglet, can you give me a quick death? Okay, Liuli, then you wait here. After Grandpa Bai finished speaking, he took Jiu Feng and walked towards the changing room next to him without looking back. After changing into suitable clothes, the two walked out of the breeding room through a small door at the side. Outside was a small pig pen with many piglets inside. Someone came in and scared the little pigs so much that they ran away in all directions. Xiao Jiu, just grab two and put them in the cage over there. Let your grandfather take care of them later. Profound. Grandpa Bai, did you put the piglets directly on the mountain after you cleaned them up? They stood there, with the little pigs running around them, and they didn't know what they would face next. Yes, after the castration, we will put these piglets on the mountain. As he spoke, Grandpa Bai, with his quick eyes and hands, grabbed a piglet and put it in the cage. Seeing this, Jiu Feng did not sit idle either. He bent down and squatted. With great effort, he finally caught one of them. He held it tightly in his arms and finally threw it into the cage. The cage is empty at both ends, so you can put someone in from one side and take them out from the other side. Some of these piglets were born from sows in the mountains, and some were purchased from outside. There were almost dozens of them in the entire pig pen. Xiao Jiu, how is it? Isn't it fun to catch piglets? Har 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 tilde. Holding a piglet's hind leg in one hand, Mr. Bai was smiling happily. The cage was already full and he had to wait a little longer before putting more pigs in. Yeah, it's really fun. Jiu Feng responded politely with a slight nod. Although it was fun, it was also very tiring. In just a short while, he was sweating profusely. On the other hand, Grandpa Bai looked as if nothing had happened. When Grandpa Bai was a kid, he didn't have much to do for fun. He just liked to catch piglets, lambs, calves, and so on. Grandpa Liuli learned the skill of butchering pigs at that time. Unconsciously, several decades have passed. Liuli has grown up so much. Grandpa Bai was reminiscing about the past, talking to himself. When he was at home, Grandma would also talk about the past, and he always listened with great interest. Liuli has a miserable life. She grew up with her grandfather. The child has been very sensible since she was young. Basically, she has grown up under the care of all of us. Xiao Jiu, you must treat this girl well in the future. The people in our Xingfu village are all my mother's family. Har 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 tilde. Mr. Bai loves to laugh very much. After he finished speaking to Jiu Feng, he couldn't help but burst into laughter himself. Okay. Don't worry, Grandpa Bai. I dare not bully Liuli. She is the one who bullies me. The old man and the young were chatting happily, and before they knew it, an hour had passed and all the piglets in the pigsty had been put into the cages. Xiao Jiyu, let's go out. You've worked hard today. Let Lao Su make you something delicious when you get home. His cooking skills are quite good and he is well known in our Xingfu village. Taking Jiyu Feng out of the pigsty, Su Jingxiang was still cooperating with the two of them to perform the castration operation outside. Seeing Jiyu Feng coming out, Su Jingxiang put down the knife in his hand. Xiao Feng, Grandpa will call you Xiao Feng from now on. What would you like to eat tonight? Would you like to eat roast suckling pig? Taking advantage of the opportunity of slaughtering piglets, I just happened to catch a piglet from here and bring it back to roast for my granddaughter and future grandson-in-law in the evening. After changing his clothes, Jiyu Feng quickly responded when he heard his grandfather's words, Grandpa, I'm not picky about food. I can eat anything. Okay, let's have roast suckling pig tonight. Let me show you my grandfather's cooking. Lao Su, are you going to make roast suckling pig? TSK, you make me want to go and have a free meal. When Grandpa Bai heard the words, roast suckling pig, the corners of his mouth trembled slightly, and he couldn't help but open his mouth and take 2 bites. Har har har. I see you want to drink. It just so happens that Liuli is back. Let's come together tonight so that we can have some fun together. I'll prepare a few more dishes. Okay. Faced with Su Jingxiang's cordial invitation, Grandpa Bai's old face turned red, and he nodded and agreed without any hesitation. His wife died early, and one of his only 2 sons lives in another place. His second son in the village has his own family, so he, the old man, usually eats alone. Just when there were only 2 piglets left, someone next to Grandpa suddenly received a phone call. Jiyu Feng stepped forward quickly and took the initiative to help his grandfather hold down the piglet's 2 hind legs. Although this little guy is small in size, he is very strong. With his hands on his 2 hind legs, he feels quite tired. The old man, Grandpa, held a small knife in his hand and gently cut open the skin. He watched him take out the 2 balls. Then he cut again and roughly threw what he had cut aside. R.O. Along with the miserable howls, he did not forget to pick up the white powder next to him and apply medicine to the little guy. Grandpa, what is this? Jiyu Feng looked at the white powder in the basin with hesitation. This thing didn't look like medicine at all. These veterinary medicine, used to stop bleeding and reduce inflammation. As he spoke, he picked up the last piglet, subconsciously held down the piglet's 2 hind legs, and the old man raised his knife and cut it. Oh! The little pig cried out in pain. Su Liuli came behind Jiyu Feng without knowing when, and watched Grandpa chop off the last piglet. She was stunned and couldn't help but remind him, Grandpa, didn't you say you wanted to make a roast suckling pig? This last piglet. After being reminded of this, the old man realized that the last piglet was going to be made into roast suckling pig, so there was no need for that. Oh. Jiyu Feng seemed to understand something as well, and looked at the piglet under him with awkwardness. The little guy's black eyes widened and he howled with his mouth wide open. Originally 1 knife would have been enough, but now, not only was I hit just now, I have to be slaughtered. If he were this little piglet, he would have collapsed in his heart a long time ago, and his thought would definitely be, Old Deng, listen to me sing for you. Thank you, because of you, the century has been warmed. Old Su, come on, you're going to be killed anyway, why are you still killing it? Why are you suffering for nothing? The old man by next to him puffed out his cheeks and shook his head. Facing the teasing of his old friend, Su Jingxiang looked helpless. I am old and my reaction is slow. I didn't expect it. It seemed that the operation was halfway through and had to be completed. After completing the operation quickly, he picked up the piglet and placed it in the bag next to him. I'll go register and clean up when I get back. If you take the piglets back from here, you need to register them in the registration book, and you can use the working hours to offset them later, or you can pay at the end of the month. A few minutes later, Su Jingxiang, who had registered, came back and picked up the piglet in the bag. Xiao Feng, Liuli, let's go. Chapter 99 Pre-marinated. He came out holding the piglet, followed closely by Jiyu Feng and Su Liuli. Kids, I'll leave this to you. We 2 old guys are leaving first. After exchanging a few words with the people inside, Mr. Bai also quickly followed. Su Jingxiang held the piglet in his arms and walked straight to the backpack next to him, wanting to put the piglet into the backpack. Seeing this, Ji Feng took a few quick steps forward and said, "Grandpa, put the piglet in the car. I'll open the trunk." This is the back mountain of Xingfu village, quite some distance from home. Anyway, there is no way I can let the old man carry the piglet back if I drive. He opened the trunk of the Maybach and looked at the brand new car in front of him. Su Jingxiang shook his head decisively. "Xiao Feng, the car is so new, it's not suitable to put this in it. You and Liuli take your grandpa by back first. I'll carry it and we'll be there soon." Not only was the piglet covered in dirt, it had just undergone a castration operation. We couldn't use such a good car to transport pigs. The old man insisted on carrying the piglet back on his back. Ji Feng hesitated for a moment, then stepped forward and took the piglet out of the basket. "Grandpa, there's nothing wrong with it. The car is right here, so I can't ask you to carry it back. Liuli, take Grandpa and Grandpa by to the car first." Watching Ji Feng put the piglet in the trunk, Su Liuli slowly walked to her grandfather, held the old man's arm, and said softly, "Grandpa, let's get in the car. We are all hungry. Let's go back early. You still have to cook for us." "Lao Su, Xiao Jiu is not that pretentious. Let's just listen to what the two kids say." Old Master Bai raised his hand and gently patted Su Jingxiang on the shoulder. Upon hearing this, the latter followed his granddaughter's instructions and got in the car. After helping the two elders get into the car, in the trunk, the piglets were running around in pain because they had just undergone surgery. Ji Feng had no choice but to find two ropes to tie up their forelegs. The four pigs' trotters were tied tightly together, and the little pig finally felt at ease. However, although his body was bound, his mouth was not. He wailed with his mouth open, making people's ears buzz. He suppressed his anger and asked Su Liuli to sit in the passenger seat, while Ji Feng quickly went around to the driver's seat. Close the car door and start the car, all in one go. Returning home from the back mountain, Grandpa and Old Man Bai got out of the car. After opening the trunk, the two old men took the piglets down first. "Liuli girl, take Xiao Jiu back to their house to rest first. Your grandfather and I will take care of this little guy. To make roast suckling pig, you need to marinate it in advance. Clean the little pig and marinate it for at least an hour. Otherwise it won't taste good at all." "Oh, Grandpa, then the two of us will go back first. Let's go Tilder." After speaking to her grandfather, Su Liuli took Ji Feng's wrist and turned to walk towards their house. The next scene would surely be quite bloody, and she didn't dare to watch it. While the grandfather and his friend were packing the piglets, Ji Feng followed Su Liuli to the door, pushed it open and entered the living room. The interior was decorated in a very old-fashioned style. There is a round table in the middle of the living room, and two wooden chairs in the distance. The dark red paint has faded a little. The floor is made of cement, not particularly smooth, and it looks old. "Sit here and rest for a while. I'll pour you a glass of water." Motioning Ji Feng to sit down, Su Liuli turned around and picked up the kettle next to her. Embarrassingly, there was no hot water in it. "Liuli, don't bother, I'm not thirsty. There's water in the car. If I were thirsty, I would have drunk it a long time ago." He stood up, waved his hand, took Su Liuli's arm, and asked her to sit down first. "When are we going to confess to Grandpa? I feel like he's quite kind and amiable. Even if he can't help but hit me, he probably won't hit me too hard, right?" He looked at Su Liuli nervously. He originally just wanted to find psychological comfort from her, but he didn't expect that this girl would not give him any face at all. Her beautiful eyes glanced to the side, and she said with a strange face, "Grandpa only looks amiable on the surface, but he is actually very serious. Anyway, you'd better be mentally prepared." Mental preparation. Ji Feng was stunned, and couldn't help but continue to ask, "What kind of psychological preparation?" "Of course I have to be mentally prepared to have my legs broken. Didn't you say that before?" Do you really want to break your legs?" "Liuli, I was just joking. This can't be true, right?" He looked at Su Liuli with a bitter face. On the other hand, Su Liuli, with rosy cheeks and pretty face, nodded happily, "Maybe it's true." After saying this deliberately, without paying any attention to Ji Feng's uneasy expression, he stood up and walked towards the bedroom in the distance. In order to make Ji Feng live more comfortably, she had to tidy up the house. About half an hour later, Ji Feng and Su Liuli walked out of the room. In the yard outside, the little piglets that were originally wailing were now placed in a large iron basin. Various seasonings are smeared on the fair skin. According to my grandfather, it takes at least an hour to marinate it like this. Xiao Feng, Liuli, you two should eat some lunch first. I guess we won't be able to eat this roast suckling pig until the afternoon at the earliest. Grandpa will go make you some food to fill your stomach first. Wearing an apron, Su Jingxiang turned and walked to the stove in the yard to cook 2 bowls of noodles for Ji Feng and Su Liuli. Grandpa, let's do it ourselves. Let Grandpa come. You two can move a chair and sit down in the yard to rest for a while. He shook his head and refused. There was no ready-made noodles at home, so he had to knead the dough first. 2 children definitely couldn't do this kind of work. Following his grandfather's instructions, Ji Feng moved a chair to the yard and sat down. Sitting on the chair with Su Liuli, I have to say, the air in the village is different from that in the city. Sitting here and looking at the blue sky in the distance, my heart suddenly felt extremely calm. Xiao Jiyu, are you and Liuli classmates? Where is home? Old Mr. Bai was sitting in the yard looking at the pickled piglets. Perhaps he was too bored, so he turned around and suddenly asked. Grandpa Bai, Liuli and I go to the same school. My family is from the imperial capital. The imperial capital. Yeah, nice, great place. Grandpa Bai went to the imperial capital several times when he was young. At that time, the country had just been established and the imperial capital had not yet developed. It's different now. The subways are well connected. From what I've seen on TV, it's very different from decades ago. You two kids don't know that Grandpa Bai was. Sitting leisurely in a chair, Grandpa Bai began to tell stories about his youth, and Grandpa Liuli in the distance would occasionally add a few words. When the 2 old men talked about their past youth, their expressions were excited, and Ji Feng and Su Liuli were also fascinated by what they heard. Okay, Lao Bai, stop for a moment. Xiao Feng, do you want the poached eggs with soft serve fillings? The old man was holding 2 eggs in his hand and had not yet had time to crack them into the pot. Grandpa, I can eat anything. Not to mention soft-boiled eggs, he even drank raw eggs when he was a child. After beating 2 poached eggs and watching the old man finish cooking the noodles, Ji Feng hurriedly stood up and came over to serve the noodles. Old White, go get that little table over there. Okay. Mr. Bai stood up, moved a small table from under the window, and placed 2 bowls of noodles on the table. Grandpa, don't you and Grandpa Bai want to eat? There were only 2 bowls of noodles on the table. Ji Feng looked confused. He thought there would be 4 bowls of noodles, but unexpectedly there were only 2. Xiao Feng, you and Liuli eat, the 2 of us are not hungry. Your Grandpa Bai and I have long been accustomed to not eating at noon. If we eat something now, we won't be able to eat in the afternoon. I have to make roast suckling pig and prepare other dishes in the afternoon. Cooking noodles for Ji Feng and Su Liuli is just to fill their stomachs. The main course will be served later in the afternoon.